If you've ever spent your Thursday evening making plans for the holiday weekend, including what you're going to grill, go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook for Friday, May 23rd. I know what y'all thought. We were going to get through the week. It's Friday, but nope. The boss has woken up on the wrong side of the bed today. And we got more headlines sending the market reeling. So we are not going to go into the weekend without a very busy day. We're going to go ahead and break down the news, what's going on, all of that. We've got Mark Petrino today, Benzinga's Pre-Market Playbook for Friday, May 23rd. Starts right now. Good morning and welcome back, folks. And we made it to Friday. We almost made it to the weekend, but then we got a wrench thrown in right here this morning. Oh my goodness. Anyway, great to see a whole bunch of returning faces here today. I hope that you all are ready for your holiday weekend. Remember, I do this every time we have a market closure day. Don't forget that we have Monday off. Please don't show up to the YouTube stream on Monday being like, where are they? What's going on? You're going to notice that the market is trading at extremely low volume on that particular day. Ivan, great to see you. Good morning. You guys had me worried today. Why did we have you worried? You can set your watch to us, Ivan. Why on earth did we have you worried? Nothing to worry about, my man. Kayla, good morning. Welcome back. Pete, good morning. Welcome back. Florida Yacht Insurance Guy. Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Welcome back. Born to be free. What's going on, brother? Hope you are doing well. Great to see you here on this Friday. Welcome back. Chuck, welcome back. Producer, locked in. Sun-kissed Yogi, welcome back. Let's go. Jay Lehoy Q. I don't know if that's supposed to say something else, but in any case, welcome back. Indeed, the sky's falling. What are we going to do? Jim, good morning. Welcome back. Bernhard, welcome back. Bigabees, welcome back. Let's go. I'm ready for the weekend. I got a tea time today. It's going to be awesome. Ezrar, welcome back. Javon, it's great to see you again, man. Welcome back. King, welcome back. Brett, welcome back. Day Trader, locked in. Let's go. Ed, welcome back. Wesley, welcome back. Harley, welcome back. Graf, it's good to see you again. CA Forsman, let's go. How low does SPY go? Well, the tariff headline took us right to the 200 day. Right now, we're kind of sitting right near that 20 day. We'll see how low we go here today. Dermold, good morning. Welcome back. Philip, good morning. Welcome back. Tom, it's great to see you again. Indeed, this is the best community. Thanks for making it the best community. That goes to all of you out there for joining us. Ray Gruel, welcome back. C-Dubcell, welcome back. Good morning. Yeah, so fine. Let's go. Happy long weekend to enjoy the stock market loot. That's right. If you have a good day, your weekend will feel even better. We've seen that happen before. Yeah, so fine. Good morning. Great to have you back. Peter, good to have you back. I'm here. Need a holiday. Honestly, not terrible, right? The weather's starting to change, at least where I'm at here. Good vibes going around. There's flowers out there. The trees are sprouting. Let's have a day off. Let's enjoy it. Let's enjoy some time. Where am I? Gary, good morning. It's great to see you again. JJ, what's going on, man? Chris, welcome back. Terlingua, welcome back. Sebastian, locked in. Let's go. Crimp Biscuit, welcome back. Brian, welcome back. Allsorts and Big Milkshake Trading. Dude, I could actually go for a milkshake at some point today. Maybe we'll visit Graders and see if we can make that a possibility. Neville, good morning. It's great to see you. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the SPY because there's some stuff going on. Here is a look at your SPY. Now, a couple of things. So first of all, we can dive into the stories a little bit more. The market futures here red across the board. They were actually about flattish, but then the boss woke up on the wrong side of the bed. I was joking with the producer here. Producer said he probably wasn't even out of bed yet. He probably still has his jams on and was like, F Tim Cook. So we got a headline first that he really wants the iPhones to be made in the United States. It's very clear that the whole purpose of this tariff stuff is to onshore some of this manufacturing, which has been decimated as we have turned into a service economy. That sent Apple moving down, and that pulled a lot of the futures with it. But then the big bomb came. 50% tariff on the EU starting June 1st, which is next Sunday. So all of next week. And then on Sunday is going to be June 1st. That's when the tariffs are starting 50%. Good Lord, that is what really sent the SPY down here. Now, initially on that pull, it sent us, as you can see, right to where these three moving averages intersect. In fact, it was doing a really good job holding on to that 200. Now, we've actually slipped beneath that. I've got a value here, 574.55. So we're actually beneath that. We're right at the 100. We do have the 20-day in here. The way I would look at this is that 573 to 576. You want to call it 575, that would be fine. But that 3-point-ish range right in there is going to be pretty significant here today. I don't know if it's going to support it, all right? The market has shown that it loves to overreact to the tariff talk. I'm expecting the exact same thing here today. We already have a market that's trading down by 1.6% here this morning. So if we break this, I would say that a couple of other levels to take a look for a possible bounce or rebound are going to be the gap fill down here at 566. And then if we continue to go, 556.63 is where you have your 50-day moving average. So I think that these two areas are likely going to be areas where the market can turn around. If it does turn around here, anyone that was in any of the short ETF instruments on the regular market, you're probably going to get paid here today. I would imagine that booking some of that into this would be a good idea. Now, the other thing is that this pull, one of the things that I have been saying going into this is that I really wanted to see the market kind of chop around and hold on to that 582.30. Well, we are now, 8 points beneath 582.30 at this point. So we'll see if we can trade back up there. This rounding top now actually sets up a pretty good trend line here. And this trend line, we should be able to focus on going forward here. I don't know how long it's going to take for this to happen. Maybe we do revisit the lows at 480. I'd love to hear from you folks what you think about doing that. How are you going to set up trades? Are you going to chase this move down here? Are you going to be patient and maybe wait for this to bottom out? Do you think that this is a negotiation tactic and you might get a positive headline over the weekend? Let me know how you're looking at this and how you're trading on this here today. Definitely want to see how people are trying to position themselves to make some short-term gains on these broad market swings. Make volatility great again, right? That looks like what's happening here today. Okay. Let's dive into some of the stories here. This one might be a little bit stale, so I'm just going to pick a couple of things out of this that happened yesterday. The week began as the market was shrugged off the Moody's downgrade. They actually had a number of guests on CNBC pretty much all week. They all said the same thing, that downgrade was pretty meaningless in the scheme of things. Really what it is it's all of these things together. And obviously you're seeing that the tariff headlines here today are dominating that. Moody's downgrade of government debt. However, it slipped later in the week as investors started assessing the impact of the new tax bill proposed by the Trump administration, known as One Big Beautiful Bill. I don't think I've ever, by the way, just as kind of a side note, I don't think I've ever called a bill beautiful. Any type of bill, whether it's a government bill or a bill I have to pay, they're not beautiful. This saying does not resonate with me. When the tax bill is expected, while the tax bill is expected to add $3.8 trillion to the U.S. debt, as per the Congressional Budget Office estimates, it was passed by the U.S. House of Representatives on Thursday. We told you about this. It's got to go to the Senate. That's going to take some time. We don't know how that's going to shake out. Meanwhile, the 10-year Treasury went to 4.51. The 2-year bond was at 3.98. Those actually slipped a little bit here in the morning. Let's see what else happened here. Some insights. Urian Timmer, the director of global macro at Fidelity Investments, highlighted in an X post that the long end of the Treasury market was being ignored after the S&P 500 recovered most of its decline below its 52-week high. Quote, there's an old saying that nothing ever good happens after midnight, end quote. And we could borrow that phrase and say nothing good happens above a 5% yield. You do you, dude. I don't know that I would really conflate those two things, but okay. He said, highlighting concerns about higher yields. He said that, quote, it's my strong hunch that the next chapter in this market cycle will be driven by rates. as term Permia returns to their historical pre-QE levels. Yeah, no surprise there. We've been figuring that rates are going to be a driver of this market for a long time. That's why we spent so much time talking and forecasting what those rates might be and what some of those mechanisms might do to the rate decision. The budget, quote, the budget discussion is fueling a lot of concern about deficits and debt levels rising over the long run. That comes from Kathy Jones, chief fixed income strategist at Schwab, who noted yields moving higher after the vote. Quote, the current proposal is expected to add anywhere from $3 trillion to $5 trillion to the accumulated debt over the next 10 years. The market appears to be voting against this bill and would like to see more fiscal restraint. I think we would all like to see some more fiscal restraint. The bill will now advance to the Senate, where it appears likely to face additional revisions. Congress has set a July target for the final bill to be signed into law, which could look very different than the current version. Consequently, we do not recommend taking actions based on the bill in its current form. That came from Brian Tarian at Edward Jones, and I think that this is really smart. I don't know that trading on some of these political whims back and forth is really the best idea anyway. This is making a really good point that this bill is likely to change in the Senate anyway, or it's not going to get passed in the Senate. So I think that's pretty good there, and I think that we should probably do the same thing. Okay. That goes for that story. Let's talk about Apple. You know what we'll do here? Let's start with the Apple chart. How about that? Bring up AAPL. Here you go. So here's where the Apple chart currently sits here below 200 at 194. We were actually above 200 yesterday. You could see that the move down here, we did not quite get to the 500-day. We actually closed at 201.36. Your 500-day is down there at 202.81. Today, we're actually gapping down, and we went right to this 193-ish support so far. Next level down here, I have 189. Then we have that big load down here at 171. If we zoom out, my old drawing was removed because we bounced so hard, but that ad level that we had talked about both on this show and also on the happy hour show was about 155 to 165. Unsure if that's going to come into play. I kind of have a gut feeling that this is going to be a snapback thing, but we'll see. I could very easily be wrong on that. Nonetheless, we'll be looking at that level again to add a swing long here. We'll see if this firms up and gives us any other type of chart formation or any type of tradable setup here on Apple. But this is what the chart looks like. Let's dive into what's actually going on here. U.S. President Trump has demanded that iPhones sold in the U.S. be manufactured domestically, threatening a 25% tariff on Apple otherwise. On Friday, Trump took to his Truth Social to reiterate his expectations to Apple CEO Tim Cook. The iPhones sold in the U.S. should be manufactured and built domestically and not in India. Very, very clear that our economy has turned more into a service economy, and Trump definitely wants to bring back a manufacturing angle. Will it work? Yet to be seen, but that's what's going on here. He warned of a substantial tariff of at least 25%. So as our producer and I were joking here this morning, who thinks that Trump is actually still in his pajamas when he's writing some of these? Does anyone think that he just kind of wakes up and he's kind of it just, I don't know. I have a funny picture in my mind about how some of this stuff works. Everything seemed like it was all quiet on the Western Front, and then as soon as this morning started, bang, bang. Maybe he's a Minnesota Timberwolves fan and he was disappointed about the game last night. Anyway, I'm just kidding. This came after Apple reportedly plans to ramp up its presence in India by expanding its supply chain operations through its leading manufacturing partner, Foxconn, also known as Hanhai Precision Industries. Foxconn plans to invest $1.5 billion in a new display model plant near Chennai, India. I hope I pronounced that right. Assembling screen components for iPhones. Despite Trump's criticism, India earlier said it remains committed to its growing partnership with Apple. The Tim Cook-led company has reassured the Indian government of its commitment to continue using India as a major manufacturing base. This issuance comes despite Trump's recent remarks, with government sources emphasizing that there is no change in Apple's investment plans in India. So, if any of you trade Apple or are looking to trade Apple, what spots are you looking at? Where are you looking to pick this up? Or are you not looking to pick this up? Are you selling here? Are you shorting here? Do you think we roll over to some new lows? What do you think here about Apple? This might actually be one of the stocks that we should ask Mark Petrino about. I would imagine we're going to have lots of suggestions today for different stocks to take a look at, and we'll go ahead and do that here. Now, another story about Apple, and this is completely being overshadowed by the news of the morning here, but another story that was going on that I want to make you folks aware of. Apple could reportedly launch AI smart glasses next year, and here is what they are all expected to do. So we had talked about this. We had talked about Apple really being behind, kind of dropping the ball on AI, dropping the ball on the glasses, the failure of the Vision Pro. We've talked a lot about that since that stuff started to happen. But Apple has ramped up its efforts to begin mass production of prototypes by the end of this year with overseas suppliers. That was coming from a Bloomberg report. The glasses are expected to have cameras, microphones, and speakers. That should come as no surprise to anything. Frankly, I feel like toasters have that now. Would be unsurprising to see glasses have that. That to me seems like a minimum of what they would have to have. These integrations will enable the device to interpret the external environment and respond to voice commands through Siri. Well, right off the bat here, this is a little bit concerning because one of the things that we have covered a lot recently is how poor Siri is compared to some of its competitors, especially amongst like the AI angles here. What am I going to do? Ask Siri to read my text message for me? I want to be able to do some other cool stuff with these glasses. I wonder if this also means that significant advancements to the general Siri environment is coming. That's just kind of what I think about here. I don't know one way or another. Anyway, moreover, they could support functions like making calls, playing music, providing real-time translations, and offering navigation assistance. Now, navigation assistance overlaid on a lens would probably be pretty cool. I would kind of compare this to a heads-up display that a lot of cars have now. Some of the better ones allow the navigation to be printed right on the HUD, and it's awesome. It is not a distraction at all. It keeps the driver from looking elsewhere. Wonder how they're going to do this in terms of glasses. Is it going to be as easy and as functional to use, or is it going to be a distraction? I'm kind of in the middle on that. I want to see how that ends up shaking out. Anyway, this strategy is similar to that of Meta's existing eyewear, opening devices powered by Alphabet and the Android XR platform. Apple has reportedly shelved a separate project to develop camera-equipped smartwatch that can analyze its surroundings. Why on earth would you want to have a camera on your watch if you could instead have them on your glasses? To me, that is a no-brainer. Like that is a no-brainer. Yeah, duh. Give me the glasses. Like, analyze the environment around me from what I'm looking at, not what I'm pointing my watch at. Silly. Apple later comes after tech giant, Apple's latest, comes after the tech giant received a tepid response to its Vision Pro headset. That's putting it mildly, if you ask me. The company's first generation AR VR headset struggled to gain traction with consumers due to its high price and limited use cases. The Tim Cook-led company could also be planning to enter the growing market of AI-driven devices on Wednesday. OpenAI announced a collaboration with former Apple Chief Design Officer Jony Ive to launch a new hardware product starting this year. So I guess my initial question here is, do any of you trust Apple to actually get this one right? That I think is the most important question. If they get this right, I do think that there could be some good stuff here for the device itself. But I'll be honest with you, especially after seeing what they have been doing, not only with the Vision Pro, but just with AI in general, I don't necessarily have the confidence that they're going to execute here like I might have in the past. So we'll see. We'll see here on Apple. What time is it? Okay, we got plenty of time. We don't have Mark yet. Perfect. Next here, I do want to talk really quickly about AMD. We're going to actually start with the chart here on AMD. I'm fairly certain that there are a number of you that trade AMD or have the or have a viewpoint on AMD. Day trader here, I expect the first gen to under-deliver. Day trader, I'll be honest with you, I think this is hitting the nail right on the head. I have a hard time being anywhere else. I even go back to think about the watch. Like there was a lot of hubbub about the watch when it first came out. I don't really think that the first iteration I think it showed potential, but I don't really think it was all that great. The subsequent generations are much better. I know my mom, who's more on the elderly side of things, likes the watch because it watches her heart and stuff like that. I would expect, and in my own case, I had an earlier generation smartwatch. It was okay, but it wasn't great. The newer one that I have is absolutely fantastic. It's not an Apple product, but it's another watch wearable. Day trader, I got to think that you're exactly right here. The first generation of things will be underwhelming. My only hope here is that we can see something that we can grab a hold of, like, oh yeah, when this gets a little bit better, or if this branches into another way, like I could see myself using that app every day. The big thing that's going to drive the product itself, is there a useful feature that many people can use every day that is actually going to help? In lieu of that, I'm not sure. And I think we should be set for an under delivery there on the first product. Appreciate you getting back on that. I'll roll through some more of these when I can. Wis, I thought the watch would be cool while playing golf to take pics on the golf course, but the quality was shit and it was dumb. So I'm with you on that too. I've taken many pictures on a golf course for the courses being beautiful. Not one time have I thought to do that on any device other than my phone. Not a single time. With you there, Wis, on that as well. Anyway, as far as AMD goes, here is the chart. Now, we were looking for a possible inverse head and shoulders that got completely invalidated here. AMD had a recent run off of the low that it put in, and it made a move towards the 200, but couldn't test it nor close above it. In fact, if we look back to the fall of last year and really kind of the end of the summer here, you'll notice that we actually had a volume point of control down here at about 115, and that pretty much is what stopped the rally here. So I'm curious, for any of you that might have a bullish stance on AMD, I guess, or even a bearish stance on AMD, where do you think the chart is now? And where do you think it's going here? Now, let me add the news story in here. So a top AMD exec adds nearly $1 million of the chipmaker stock. And the reason that this is news is because we focused a lot on what open market buys mean, right? As opposed to our open market sells. So what's going on here? According to the company's SEC Form 4 filing, AMD's EVP, Executive Vice President, and CCO Phil, I believe it's pronounced Guido, but I don't want to offend anybody here, so put your pitchforks down. I'll just call him Phil henceforth. The CCO Phil acquired 8,800 shares in an open market transaction on Tuesday. The average price was $113, bringing the total value of this transaction to $999,000. Folks, I hate to disappoint you. I'm going to round this up to $1 million. That's just way easier. So Phil bought $1 million here worth of AMD. Does this move the needle for you? Do you feel like, hey, now AMD might be a buy, even if it is just for a short-term trade? Let me know. Curious on that. While insider buying doesn't guarantee performance, it's often seen by investors as a positive signal of internal conviction in the company's long-term performance. In a separate disclosure, AMD Chief Technology Officer Mark Papermaster, what an awesome last name, Papermaster. Mark Papermaster exercised and sold 17,500 shares this month under a prearranged Rule 10b5-1 trading plan. This is essentially a setup that allows executives to sell stock at a predetermined price and schedule it with a broker, thus insulating the transaction from insider trading concerns. That's a long way of saying he's trying to follow the rules here and not get in trouble. This comes amid the company authorizing a fresh $6 billion share buyback last week, along a string of other positive catalysts. We talked about that recent move higher here. It kind of stopped it. Part of me is wondering if we retest that recent high and maybe move higher off of this. I don't know if that's going to happen here today, given the news that we got here today. Such as the easing of trade tensions with China and several multi-billion-dollar commercial deals that were inked with Saudi Arabia. The stock had shed 62% of its value between March of 24 and April of 25, but it has since mounted a recovery and is up 22.48% over the past month. It still remains down 8.22% year to date. So let me know, what do you think on AMD? What do you think here on AMD? Let's see, where are we at? Still don't have Mark yet. Let me check in here real quick, make sure everything is good. Yep, everything looks to be good. Okay. All right, let's go again back to the charts here. We're going to talk a little bit about quantum. just because we've kind of been trading that. So as I told you, I took a short on QBTS right here and got absolutely jammed. So these are, I did this via options with the intention of limiting my risk so I wasn't exposed to an unlimited risk situation. And thank God I did that. I ended up taking the 14 and a half puts here that expired today. So being up here at 17 and a half, these are likely going to expire worthless. Unfortunately, it's close enough. And with the market sentiment, I'm actually going to have to check my phone while I'm on the golf course to make sure that I don't get assigned. But we'll see here on QBTS. We'll see what actually happens here. It is down 8% here today. This was after a massive 24% gain yesterday. You can see the volume looks good. The chart formation looks like a breakout. The volume is expanding here. This is no bueno for a short position. We'll see if that changes here. It's not just QBTS that's doing this. Some of the other quantum names are doing this as well. Shout out to any of you that had any type of trade on these to the long side. They were big payers here. QBTS, RGTI, QUBT is another one that has moved here. This actually looks like this is going to try and go higher here. And then IONQ. This is another one. You can see a power move here on IONQ. Good morning, Brandy. Good morning, Harris. Harris is asking, Ryan, are you short the market? No. Unfortunately, I did not have a market short going into today. What a bummer. That means that my next goal here is going to figure out, do we try and wait for a bounce here, or is there more downside that we should be chasing? Generally speaking, I don't like chasing. I'm definitely going to give this some time to shake out here, and I'm not necessarily thrilled about loading up a new position and assuming new risk ahead of the 3-day weekend. That's kind of where I sit now. We'll see how that shakes out over the course of the day here, Harris. Congrats to you if you had a market short on. And I would imagine some of you did going into today. Congrats if you're ringing the register on that. Tom said IONQ was a monster. Indeed, it was. Did you trade this here yesterday? Volume's absolutely huge. Let's take a look at this real quick. IONQ, Ionic stock surges after the CEO suggests NVIDIA-like future in quantum computing space. Here we go with the hyperbole. I hope y'all are ready. The move follows a Baiynd interview in which Niccolo De Masi, the CEO of Ionic, outlined Ionic's ambitions to dominate the quantum computing sector, asserting that the company would be the leader in the leaders that others intimate. He told Baiynd that the company is in the business of quantum, just like NVIDIA is in the business of classical GPUs. Despite reporting flat first quarter revenue of $7.57 million at the beginning of May, unchanged from the year prior and down 35% sequentially, the company topped analyst expectations by a small margin. IONQ also reported a narrower quarterly loss of $32.3 million compared to the $39.6 million a year earlier. The company also reaffirmed its full-year revenue forecast of $75 million to $95 million. De Masi emphasized that Ionic is more than just a science experiment, highlighting its complete infrastructure, including manufacturing, customer service, sales, and applications teams. He also pointed to recent acquisitions such as ID Quantique and LightSync, as well as a partnership with Swedish logistics firm Elmride, as signs of expanding global presence and ecosystem development. One of the other things here about IONQ is I had mentioned before, the last time we saw a lot of these quantum names really make a huge move that looked tradable. Sylvia Jablonski, who goes on CNBC all the time, actually said that she really likes this name and picked this name out of the basket of all of the other quantum names. Now, here we go, a couple of weeks later or a month later, we actually see some more positive developments from that company. That's notable. Sylvia does a really good job picking stocks. I don't have like a spreadsheet tracking them all, but it seems like she wins quite a bit. Though Ionic shares are up 450% on a one-year basis, the stock has fallen 20% earlier in 2025 following a short seller report from Carisdale Capital. How are they doing right now? Accusing the company of overstating its accomplishments, De Masi dismissed the report as baseless and said Ionic would not waste time responding. I get it. And I think in some cases that's the right thing to do. But if you are absolutely certain and you have a short seller nailed dead to rights, I don't think not responding is the right move. That's just me. We'll see. Traders are reacting to Ionic's positioning in future-focused messaging. The company's pitch positioning itself as a vital player for major tech firms need a quantum edge has reignited the sector on Thursday, with several other quantum names like D-Wave, Rigetti, and Quantum Computing also seeing double-digit gains. These are the stocks that we covered there. Despite no profits and ongoing skepticism around commercialization timelines, sentiment appears to have shifted following the CEO's comments and the company's continued stream of partnership and acquisition news. Ionic's market cap now stands around $8.75 billion, the largest among publicly traded quantum players. It sure looks like this one here is best in breed, at least so far. Philip here saying, I'm long Ionic, but the gain yesterday was just mental. Surely it's a quick short. This is definitely the thought here of a trader, Phil. Hopefully you were able to ring the register on that and then maybe even reload that if that's what you want. Lion here, completely unamused. Ionic reporting a loss in 7 million revenues and skyrocketing. Hey, these quantum names, they do what they do. Am I right? All right, let's get the chart back up here. It's 8:30. It's actually 8:31. So I gypped you a minute here. We'll make it up on the backside. But it's Friday, which means it is time for Mark Petrino. Let's go ahead and bring him on, folks. Mark, how are you doing? Happy Friday, my man.
Hey, Ryan. How's it going?
It's going really good. I got a tea time here at about midday, so I'm on cloud nine already. I woke up here thinking I was going to have kind of an easy, dead day, and the boss disagreed with me and threw some tariff headlines around. So here we are, kind of left to pick up the pieces. We'll see where we go here today. SPY basically trading down to the 200-day here in the pre-market. What do you got for us today, my man? You want to share your charts?
Yeah, I will, actually. Let me see here. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
All right. Well, I mean, as always, I'm willing to take questions, but I just think that it's important to point out what's going on with this little kind of correction, I guess you could go. Well, it's not really a correction, but so the S&P gets up to the level that was resistance before, right? This is something we always talk about, right around 595. Now, let's just think about what happened. There's people who bought this back in February, and if you'll notice, there was a lot of trading around 595, right? It was the low trade on this day, the opening trade here, the opening trade here, the opening trade here, close to the close here, and the opening trade here. So we spent a good 5 or 6 days with a pretty decent amount of volume trading there, because most volume trades on the open and on the close. So a lot of the people who bought were, once the price went lower, they were like, oh, I made a mistake. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hold on to my losing position. And if it ever gets back up to where I can get out at break even, I'm going to. So lo and behold, here we are 3 months later or whatever it is. And we got to those precise levels. And because there were so many remorseful buyers from here placing sell orders here, the level became resistance again. So this is pretty mind-boggling stuff, if you ask me, because if you think about, there's people all over the world trading this stuff, and you got, retail traders, and you have high frequency funds and value investors and growth investors and tactical asset allocation. And it's almost like this infinite list of different strategies. And yet somehow all this comes together and manifests itself in these like precise price levels, which is pretty mind boggling. And I think a lot of people take it for granted. And I think it's because a lot of people that call themselves technical analysts, frankly, don't really know what they're doing. And they don't understand. They might say this looks like this pattern, this looks like that pattern, but they don't understand the dynamics and the psychology that makes this stuff happen. So now, pretty clear thing to watch here. So we're down in the pre-market pretty good. And where are we trading? Right at this 575 level, a price level which goes back to, first became important back here, but we had support. And this is a different form of buyer's remorse. Well, I mean, it's the same form of buyer's remorse, but it manifested in a different way. So people buy here, and when the price goes lower, a lot of the people who bought say to themselves, "Oh, if I can ever get out of break even, I'm going to." So when the price finally gets back to the level that was support, if you have enough remorseful buyers placing sell orders, it becomes resistance. So now we're going to be looking for the opposite thing: seller's remorse. People sold at this peak, and a lot of them thought they made the right move when the market went lower. But then when it eventually crossed and went higher, and the resistance broke and it went higher, they're like, "Oh, I made a mistake. If I can buy my shares back at the same price I sold them at, I'm going to." So if you have enough remorseful sellers from here placing buy orders over here, it's going to create support at the level that was resistance. So this is not a coincidence why in the pre-market we're trading right around 575. So this will be an important thing to watch, I think, today and in the next few days. If this breaks, there's probably going to be a kind of a decent sell-off coming as we refill this gap. But if we hold and spend a couple of days consolidating, then that will probably set the leg up for the next move higher, right? So that's what I'm looking at. It's a pretty clear thing to watch today. It's a pretty well-defined price level.
Yeah, it sure is. And I'm so glad that you came in here and said that, because literally about 20 minutes ago before you got here, I gave my breakdown on the SPY, and I literally could have just copied what you said and hit play, Control C, Control V. I said the exact same thing. Came right down to the 200 here. If we break this 575 area, we're likely to fill that gap. That gives us some spots. And if you need yet another spot beneath that, I'd be looking at 556.5, which is equal to your 50-day moving average. Okay, Mark, thanks for validating my entire outlook on the SPY here today. That's really great. Are there any other stocks that you're writing about or that you want to take a look at? Because I do have a couple that I want to ask you about here today, and I'm sure the chat's going to have some too. So,
well, importantly, we got to watch Microsoft because, so we have to watch Microsoft because it is at this critical price level as well. And I would say the corresponding level here to watch is right around just above where it's trading, like right around 447, 448. So this will be another thing to watch. So if SPY really starts to break down and Microsoft breaks below this, then there's probably going to be some ideas on the short side for our put traders and maybe some inverse ETFs. But two clear levels to watch, right? The 575 on SPY and about 447 on Microsoft.
okay, good levels there. MSFT. Anything else you want to take a look at?
Yeah, sure. Whatever we want.
Okay.
What was really interesting, what I was following this week was this short squeeze that was going on in the solar stocks.
Okay.
So let's take a look at some of those. So you can get on Benzinga Pro, you can get the statistics of the stocks that are really short, or there's a high short interest. So this is your classic short squeeze. Now, my guess is that there were probably, I know that some news came out yesterday. I don't really know what it was, but my guess is that people were selling short of these stocks ahead of, based on the policy of the new administration that's not going to be giving as many subsidies to these green energy companies. So anyway, there was a really high short interest in this. It was about 25%. Most stocks have like a 1 or 2% short interest. So people that think the stock is going to go down, they borrow the shares from someone else and then they sell them. And the idea is that in the future, they're going to buy the shares back at a lower price, return them, and then keep the difference. So you can tell what a company's short interest is by the amount of shares that have been borrowed divided by the amount of shares that are outstanding to trade, right? So typically, if you were to look at Apple or Microsoft, my guess you'd see like 1 or 2%. These were in the 20s and 30s. So what happens is it starts going higher, and all of a sudden, some of the people that are short start to panic because if it's going higher, they're losing money, and they start to run it up. And then the classic short squeeze happens when the people who loan the shares to the short sellers basically decide to sell because the price has gotten so high. So the people that they loan the shares to are forced to go and buy them back regardless of the price. So you get this buying frenzy or this climax. And when it comes to an end, stock falls right back to earth. So Sunrun from its peak of like a week ago is down about 50%. See where it was yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
And you can see this in First Solar.
And
Another
ENPH is probably the other one too.
which one?
ENPH and FSLR are the other big ones. Yeah, FSLR actually kind of came back yesterday after its move down. ENPH got destroyed.
Yeah, look at that. And then also this one here too. SEDG Solar Edge.
Yep.
So, but anyway, it's interesting as a trader because it's really just your classic short squeeze. So, I think for traders, I think it's a good idea to keep an eye on stocks that really have really high short interest, because when a short squeeze ends, and this was probably one over here too, when it ends, these things just come right back to earth. And a lot of times they can come all the way back to where they were when the short squeeze started. So what you do is you look for short squeeze stocks that are going parabolic. And then when that parabolic move ends, you just kind of wait on the sidelines to see when it starts to fall. And then that's when you would jump in there and take some trades. I would buy puts. I would never short, as a retail trader, I would never short a stock. But I would get exposure to this in the options market by buying puts. So anyway, very interesting thing. There's always something really cool going on in the stock market, and I think this short squeeze of these solar stocks has been really interesting to watch over the last week.
Something cool going on right here too, because when we take a look at all of these movers, one of the data points we take a look at is in fact the short interest. A lot of these smaller names are going parabolic when we get whatever news catalyst it is that drives them. And a quick look at the short interest really kind of prepares us for a potential squeeze effect. It kind of gives us some more data there. Great to hear you say that. You're literally preaching to the choir here today, Mark. I could not be happier, honestly.
Yeah, if something gets up to around a 20% short interest or higher, I mean, it's worth keeping an eye on, because you could get something like this, and there's a lot of money to be made in falling markets if you position yourself right.
My threshold is, in fact, 20% of float short. The other metric that I like to look at, Mark, is days to cover. If you have a days to cover over 5, that short squeeze can last more than 15 minutes and can sometimes produce some of those really, really huge moves. So, okay. Great stuff there on some of the solar names, and just to reiterate real quick, you're right. These started to move on the passage of the big beautiful bill, which has rollbacks in some of the climate policies. So that was exactly what the news was. There was also Sunrun. As far as Sunrun was going, that was also downgraded by I believe BMO Capital.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other stocks that you want to take a look at here today, or I've got some.
Yeah, let's hear what you got.
Okay, the first one is going to be one that we've already taken a look at, but a lot has happened, and it is front and center for a ton of traders out there. It's going to be UNH. And if you want to start with UNH here and then maybe move to something like a Humana and a possible sympathy trade or something like that, or want to examine that chart too, that's fine. The big question that's being thrown around here is the sell-off done, right? It has felt like there's been more news coming. We've got more news recently that the Medicare Advantage program, all that stuff's going to be under investigation because of everything that's going on here. That was a huge part of the business here for United Health. So what do you see here on the chart? All of the news kind of put aside, what does the chart tell you here?
Well, I mean, the chart would be saying this is a complete capitulation, because if we look at how much volume is traded, I mean, it's literally the most volume that's ever traded in a day time frame for this particular stock. But the insiders came in last week, and there was some huge insider buying. The CEO bought $25 million worth of stock, and the president bought $5 million, and then some directors bought smaller amounts. But that's what made this move kind of happen here. But there really hasn't been much follow through. So once again, I'm in the confused camp.
Well, let me add a little bit of context to that too, because one of the things that we had discussed quite a bit was how the CEO that made that huge $25 million purchase, that's a new CEO. He may have had to do that. He may have had to make a buy because of his position. So, and this was discussion that we have had. I don't necessarily have anything on that. The other one, the 5 million one, that was not the same. And then, as you mentioned, some of those directors had much smaller, I think 1 million and then like 100K or something like that. But nonetheless, here, the insider buys did kind of make it feel like, hey, this is a pretty good bounce. And in fact, I'm pretty sure some of our community ended up making some pretty healthy money on this bounce. But my question is, well, what's next here? And so to me, what I was hoping to get out of this is, does the chart say it looks like we're going to retest some of those lows?
I would say yes. And had you asked me a couple days ago, I would have said no if it was like coming up here. I mean, the important thing to see here is just like we saw with the S&P, right? We ran into resistance right at this opening price. So the way I was thinking about trading this is if it gets back above this level, if it gets up to like maybe 325, that's where I would buy it, because at that point you could kind of infer, all right, well, the bad news is out of the way. I mean, I know it's a pretty, it's substantially higher than where it is now, but I think it's worth it for the risk reward ratio. But a lot of times when you get this really choppy, like kind of directionless action, that tends to be a bearish sign. It's, I mean, it's not that pattern here, but the old days, people used to talk about the what do they call it? The bugle pattern or the horn pattern, where it's like a kind of a reverse inverted triangle. But this isn't that pattern. But what it does is it shows it's just a market with no leadership, and that tends to be a bearish thing. So my thought on this would be, if we rally and we get back above there, that'll show that the smoke is kind of clearing and things aren't as bad. But I don't think I mean, it's tempting because it's going to be really volatile. But
Right.
I think for me, I think it would just be gambling, because I have no idea where this thing is going to go.
Okay, I'm with you on that too, because to me it sure seems like we're in price discovery mode here, right? It is still trying to figure out what maybe that bottom is in, but the stock's behavior doesn't act like it knows it's in. And I think really until we get that, I like what you have here. Maybe a cross above that 322, maybe that kind of firms it up and tells us that a bounce might be the next play. I'm with you though on this one. It's been very, very difficult. Congrats to anyone that's been able to trade this for a gain, because the moves have been insane. But kind of difficult to figure out where it's going next. Yeah.
Another one I actually wrote about in Stock of the Day that I think might be worthy of considering for a potential reversal is this Fair Isaac stock over here.
ICO. Okay. I don't think I've ever even pulled this up. Look at this level that this is at.
These are the people that do your FICO scores, which is where the symbols come from. And apparently the sell-off was triggered because someone in Congress, or I don't know about Congress, but some official said that they were questioning the fact that they raised their fees. And it wasn't really much. They raised it from $3.75 to $4.50 for whatever fee they're charging. So it didn't seem that bad. But I think it's an interesting thing here. I like to look at the Bollinger Band sometimes. I don't really use too many indicators, but I'm
a big fan of the KISS
method,
Mark. To keep it simple, right? I won't even give you the last S there. Keep it simple. I'm a big fan. When people start adding too many indicators to the chart, I feel like I can't even see the price in some cases.
Yeah, it just is like gives me a headache,
I'm not the only one. Good.
Well, but check this out. All right, so here, I guess you could debate, like, you wouldn't have really known that this was going to be resistance there. I mean, sorry, support there.
Support, yeah.
But a lot of times we know that when we get to a level that was support previously, it becomes support again. And one of the principles of markets is that stocks that are oversold stocks that are oversold and get to support tend to rebound. Now, this red line is what we call a Bollinger Band. This is 2 standard deviations below the 20-day moving average. According to statistics, which I don't even remember, I know I took it, but I don't remember, 95% of trading should be within 2 standard deviations of the mean. So if we exceed this threshold to the downside, that's considered oversold. So 1, big bounce, 2, big bounce, 3, 4. So will this be the 5th time? Now, what would be a potential entry strategy here? I don't think I would buy it just because it's down and just because it's oversold. I would wait for some kind of a reversal to start.
Mm-hmm.
For example, maybe it gets back above this lower Bollinger Band, or maybe we can look at the relative strength index. and say, all right, well, when this, I'll make it easier to see here. When this, when this blue relative strength index line turns higher, maybe that would be your trigger to get in. So these are different ways of measuring the same thing. But the idea is that if you have a rule that tells you, okay, time to get in, you're not going to guess. Think about being at like a horse race, right? So at this point, we're oversold and we're at support. So that's the starter saying, on your mark, get ready, get set, but they haven't said go yet. The go could be if the stock gets back above the red line, and I would probably wait for the close myself or close to the close, or the blue line starts to turn up. So yeah, so I was just going through our stocks of most moves, and I came across this one. It's not one I usually watch, but definitely you don't need to be a chart person to see that there's some clear levels in this one.
No, you don't. And what a range on such an expensive stock, right? What a range this thing has actually been traded in. Okay, that's really good. I didn't think we were going to be looking at FICO either, but here we are. I got another one for you, and this is making some rounds this morning here. How about Apple? Let's take a look at AAPL. We had news here that the boss really wants the phones to be made here and not in India, and that sent the stock moving lower here. So I'm almost wondering what the chart says here as next possible moves. And I guess the larger question here is, do we chase the move down or do we wait for the move to bottom and then turn around?
I mean, it's trading right where this short-term bottom is, right around 195. So if the S&P holds the level we talked about and reverses, then this will probably reverse. Keep in mind, this is the second biggest stock in the market, or maybe the third biggest, either second or third. They switch back and forth sometimes. If S&P starts to break down, then this is going to break this support, and there'll, probably be a little bit of downside here. But importantly, we're sitting right on this prior low here, so that's what I would be watching with Apple. And then if it reverses, you got a pretty clear top here as well.
Right. Now, if it breaks that, are you kind of waiting out the bottom of the, I guess we call those the Liberation Day candles, the ones that are a little bit beneath 180 there? Would that be your next spot to kind of wait that out?
I mean, I guess so. I'd be kind of surprised for it to go all the way back down there. But yeah, I mean, I guess the next bottom you would probably look at would be like right here. That's what I would be looking at.
185.
And then if we break that, then down here. But you never know, man. I mean, I think it would take a lot for Apple to get there, but these days you never know.
You never know. Okay. Good stuff there with Apple. Any other charts that you folks want to take a look? Oh, you know what? Bourne, thank you. Bourne would like to take a look at the key levels on ticker CVX.
CVX.
And then Jack wants to take a look at BABA after that. Jack, we can absolutely do that. Let me add that to the list as well.
I mean, look at this one. Like around 135. This goes all the way back to July of 22. And you can see right at the bottom in September. Yeah, so that's pretty clear there. I mean, pretty clear support. And so a lot of this is going to have to do with the price of oil.
Price of oil here down in the 60 handle. Actually, it looks like it's trying to hold on to 60, down 1.32% here, crude.
Yeah, oil has been really, so I would say on the bottom here, like around 135, but, wait for the reversal to start before you get in. But people aren't really talking much about oil, but year to date, it's down like 25 or 30%.
It's fantastic.
So that's going to, I think, be I don't want to say deflationary, but I should say uninflationary. So a lot of people are expecting a lot of inflation, but that might counter it.
The anti-inflation asset, it seems.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, man. Gas is back below $3 a gallon here in Connecticut.
Yeah, it is extremely nice. As somebody that has a V8 that they love to drive, yes, I will take cheaper gas all day, every day. Okay, so it looks here like you've got CVX at a support area. So I guess Bourne here, the big key level that's jumping out to me sure looks to be this 135. He's got it marked at 134.96, but I guess let's just call that 135.
It's we talk about levels, but it's always really more of a range.
Yeah, it's always more of an area than a point out in space. I'm a big fan of that too. Okay, next one here. Bigabees, we can do NVIDIA, but I agree here. Let's do CoreWeave first before we do NVIDIA, Mark. CRWV.
Let's see. CoreWeave.
CoreWeave. This is a recent IPO. It's got an AI angle, and it is going parabolic.
Where is it this morning? Is this?
Oh, sorry. Let me.
Is it trading this morning?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, it absolutely is. Here, let me pull it up here. We are down 4.5% here. It is holding at 95.66.
I mean, it's really hard to judge on a stock like this that's new because you can't really look at your, your potential resistance levels. So when you get a stock that's trading at a price that it's never been at before, I think you look for some kind of a reversal pattern. And if we look here, right, yesterday in the morning, it looked like it was going to be another up day because the opening price was higher than the prior day's close. But by the close, look what happened. The sellers turned it all the way around and pushed the price lower. And then this morning, it's kind of gapping down. So it looks to me like there's going to be a little bit of a reversal here. I don't think I would buy it, but of course, I have the caveat of saying I don't really know this company and it just went public. But just from a chart point of view, I mean, it looks like there's a reversal underway.
Yeah, it sure does. Lion Atlas here saying CoreWeave is coming down like a sack of potatoes. And I think
it is almost 20% off of its high from yesterday.
And so this is the $64,000 question, right? Is this reversing? You know, I look at that first impulse move up there. We've got that at what, about $70, $65, somewhere between $60 and $70. That first impulse move that it corrected off of before it made this run higher.
Yeah.
Back in April. What is the top of that candle back there in April?
This one?
No, in April. You're in May. Go to the left. The second blue candle that you can see from the left.
Oh, back here.
Yeah, right there. What's the top of that candle?
The top there, the high trade was 64.62.
So I said, what did I say? Between 60 and 70? So 65, let's call it. Okay, cool. Yeah. So that actually looks to me like one of the spots that this could really come back in if this does. So I guess the $64,000 question here is 20% off of this parabolic high enough, or might there still be some more move to or more room to the downside here?
I mean, it looks to me like it's going down like a sack of potatoes.
Let's go. Lion, you got it. The sack of potatoes, Mark. I love it. Okay. CoreWeave here sure looks like some more downside here on CoreWeave. All right. NVIDIA was the other one, Big B's. Let's get to it. Ticker NVDA.
NVIDIA. All right. I mean, really just looks like your classic little flaggish pattern, but we're trading down this morning. Yeah, I would suspect that if the S&P breaks, then this is the next stop for this guy is probably around 122. I would look at that top, but yeah, this could be a little bit of the old kind of floating island pattern, which are usually just one day, but it could be you have an exhaustion gap going one way, and then you just spend some time trading, and then you get the breakaway gap going the other way. So this morning, this thing is gapping down a few dollars. But, you know, we got to keep this in perspective. Considering this move higher, it's not unusual to see some profit taking because that's just how Wall Street works. Markets don't go up forever, you know?
Yeah, no question. Okay, so this flag here looks like maybe we're rolling over a little bit on this. We'll see where this ends up going. Jack wants to take a look at Baba here.
Okay.
Baba. Let's do that.
Baba. I mean, I don't know if I really see anything here from this perspective. It looks kind of neutral. You know, maybe there's a little bit of support around 118 or so. But yeah, I mean, it's really been going sideways for the past couple of days. So I don't really see too much there. But as always, you know, we want to mark out our levels. If we rally, we want to look where the former top is, and if we sell off, we want to look where the former bottom is.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it does look here like that price there right at what 121.48 ish. It does look like this is kind of at a support level. So maybe if this holds, you might have something there.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, yeah, a little bit of resistance from
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
And I'm looking back just a little bit more to the left. Looks like there was a gap on the move down too that kind of lines up with that area. So okay, let's see what else do we have here. That's Baba Jack. Sorry, we don't have more on this. It does kind of look like it's in no man's land right now. Do you have time for any more?
I got time. I do have a meeting that's supposed to start at 9, but I can answer a couple more.
Oh no, we're gonna do one more here. We're gonna get you out on this one. Let's do we do Tesla all the time, Senat. Sorry about that. Let's do Amazon real quick. Let's do Amazon and then we'll get you out of here. Enjoy your Friday. We'll check in with you next week.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, okay. So Amazon, yeah, I mean, right here. Where are we trading this morning? Yeah, so it looks like we're breaking a little bit of short-term support around 200, which is, there tends to be support or resistance at round levels. So look at that. I would say 195 is the level here too, because there was support. Maybe let's call it 193 to get a little picky. But look at that. So going back there, it was resistance, then it was support, then it became resistance. So levels that were resistance become support. So if the S&P holds and this gets to 193, I would be expecting some kind of a reversal.
Okay.
Okay. All right, everyone.
All right.
Well, thank you
Mark,
so much.
Thanks as always. We really appreciate this. You do a really good job breaking down these charts. Enjoy your weekend. You got any big plans for Memorial Day?
Actually, I don't.
That sounds like you're going to be golfing then.
Yeah, my wife is down in Florida house sitting her boss's house while her boss is on a 6-week vacation in Italy. So my wife's got the $7 million waterfront mansion all to herself.
Not so bad. Why didn't you go with? I mean, we're happy you didn't, but why?
Hey man, a man's home is his castle.
I got you. Okay.
I got my kids. So it's basically just going to be me and Clifford hanging out this weekend, doing guy stuff, man, watching Walker, Texas Ranger, maybe some sports.
Man, that doesn't sound half bad. Mark, if you get out on the golf course, go low, hit them straight. We'll check in with you next week, all right?
All right, everyone. Thank you so much.
That is Mark Petrino. Really good stuff. How would you like to house sit a $7 million beachfront mansion? That actually sounds like a pretty good deal. Lion says, Mark wants a break. Lion, don't we all? Don't we all? Now, we really thank Mark for all of his time. He's very gracious with his time, and we really appreciate it. His departure, however, does leave room for 13, and we appreciate 13 too. Let's bring him on. 13, happy Friday. How you doing? Let me ask you real quick. Did you wake up on the right side of the bed or the wrong side of the bed?
Oh, well, I woke up on my side of the bed.
Okay, so the right side of the bed. So it appears that the only reason I bring that up is because, boy, oh boy, we got some tariff headlines this morning that sent the market down. Sure feels like that was just a wrong side of the bed wake up here. Anyway, good to see you here today. Where do you want to start? You want to do movers? You want to do other stuff? What do you want to do?
The movers list is kind of small, so we can just go through that and then
yeah.
look at the stocks.
Okay, let's do that here real quick. I did see here, I think it was Ryan. Let me make sure I got this right here. Ryan wanted to take a look at OKLO, and that's definitely going to be one of the movers here. Let's go ahead and do that. What's that?
All those nuclear names.
All the nuke names. Okay, so we can kind of tie this in here. Boy, it looks like a. Okay, we're gonna start here. No, it's not broken. I don't know what the hell happened there. Okay, first one here is going to be IMNN. Now, I've had a lot of these I stocks and these IM and IN stocks, so maybe this is one that we've traded before. By the way, a couple of stragglers. Jay, good morning. It's great to see you again. 3D, good morning. Good to see you again. I think there was somebody else that I missed. Crocodile Dummy. Good morning. Good to see you again. Okay, IMNN here, Immunon. Immunon shares are trading higher after the company announced new data from its phase 2 Ovation 2 study of one of its drugs here. This thing was a penny stock. It was just about 50 cents. It did pop yesterday on some volume, but that pop was very, very short-lived. Popped again in the after hours, but the big move really seems to be here today. 120 seems to be stopping it so far. Quick look around the horn. By the way, before you got on here, 13, we just had Mark Petrino saying that it was generally a good idea that you take a look at short interest in case there's a possible short squeeze move there. And I absolutely loved every second of it because that's what we do here on a regular basis. just to throw that out there. Anyway, 7% of the float short, 7.04% of the float short with 22 days to cover. Definitely have some squeeze potential here. That comes on just over 500,000 shares of average volume. We've traded over 110 million today. Look out. Float of about 14.5 million, 13. What do you think here? Ticker IMNN.
Well, admittedly, I don't know why this didn't show up on my scanner this morning, but because I'm just now taking a first look at it. But while you were speaking, I tried to gather as much information on it as I could. I think the reason you were seeing it move yesterday is because the company withdrew its S1 registration statement. So that means no share dilution. So there's that, but they are going to need cash because I look at their balance sheet and their income statement. They're losing money. They don't have any revenue, and they got 2.8 million in the bank. So that's not going to last too long. They also appear to be a NASDAQ recompliance story. They received that earlier this week on Tuesday. So they're not. There's probably because they were under $1. That would be why I think it was happening. But the news today on the piggyback of the S1 registration withdrawal is that they are going to be announcing a presentation. No, they're going to present data from phase 2 of their Ovation 2 study. So, and it looks like they also announced some data. Maybe this is happening right now. So that's why I needed some time to go through this. But from what I can tell, it's just you have that withdrawal of the registration statement, this announcement of the phase 2 study, that's sending this up. So let me see if I can pin where this might end up going here, but they're going to have to raise capital somehow. Now that could be through private placement or some other way that doesn't dilute shares, but keep in mind that they are going to have to raise capital because they're the way that they burn cash on a quarterly basis, they're not going to make it through the next quarter. With what they have on their balance sheet, unless there's something I don't know about that they have.
They also did a offering here about the same time last year.
Okay.
So it's not a new thing for them. They've done this before. They would likely do it again.
So it looks like we popped to about 120 back on March 27th. That the high there was 118. That's about the closest high I have until we get back into 2024. Then we're looking at about 140 and 155 are the next levels I'd see that are after 118. So if we do manage to climb back over 120 again and start holding above that and setting up to go higher, those would be some of the levels I'd be looking at next, about 140, 155.
Okay, good stuff there. I got 120 here as the high and then also 150 on the daily chart. That 150 really kind of stands out here.
Brian M had that's kind of my thought. They just pulled the S1 for a pump and they're going to drop another on you. But they also have this phase 2 data that helped lift it up too. But I absolutely think that could be the case here, that you're going to just see this offering come up because they have to do it. They have to raise capital. So yes, Brian, absolutely. Yeah. Be careful.
Yeah. And then it is IMNN. That is India, Mary, November. Like I said, there's a bunch of these IMN tickers. Got to be very careful about that. Hopefully you can see the watermark here on the screen. But okay, good stuff there. Next is going to be INEO. This is, what did I just say about IN names? Lol. INEO here. This also was a penny stock yesterday before ripping in the after hours here. It's trading higher on no news. On May 19th, I can't even read that. Looks like its full year EPS was 0.0008. That was down from 0.18 year over year.
The 13D is more important. Yeah, that's why we had relative volume yesterday.
So there you go. 13D is what driving us higher here. Looks like 160 was the top. 150 probably also had some resistance. Sure looks like that was sticking out here in the pre-market. Quick look around the horn here. 23.53% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. That comes on an average volume of 2 million shares. We've traded 18 million here today. Floats 1.9 million. What do you think on this one?
So when I was trying to find a reason why this was going, I was looking at the news like you were, and didn't see anything today. Saw that 13D yesterday. Looks like somebody's got Now I'm trying to understand like how this is working, because they're talking about a number of shares that don't quite match up with the outstanding shares, but it's saying that this person's reporting an 87.8% stake in the company. So I think that's the reason why you got the movement yesterday, and then today is just relative volume, a movement on that. So nothing really that I could find beyond that. It's a little bit interesting though, because this company, it's a Singapore-based company, but it's a provider of OEM and third-party branded and in-house branded replacement parts for vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought we just got some news on motor vehicles earlier this morning. Did we not?
I'm not sure what you're referencing. I'm sorry.
Okay, I thought there was something in relation with what Trump was talking about with tariffs, and I thought that might have given a lift to it because he's bringing up auto tariffs. I don't know if that was exactly the case. I just thought I had seen something regarding auto tariffs, and that might be another reason why it's moving. But I think it's more has to do with the relative volume from yesterday. Like I said, Singapore-based company. They don't have a whole lot of history. As a matter of fact, I think this is just a recent IPO. The only data I have on the news feed goes back to April, and then it's down to May from 2006.
I have data from October of 2024.
Okay. So basically, don't have a whole lot of data. It's just the relative volume that I think is causing us to move off the 13D. That's about all I've got for this one. As far as the levels go, let's see, we are at 119 right now. So I'd be looking at 130. That's where the 65 EMA is. That's where this could end up moving up to. It's still beneath the up right now. Looks like we did get up to 158 earlier this morning, so there's a couple of other levels, and you do have a trend line here. Oh yeah, you just drew it. Perfect.
Yep, already drew that. So the levels that I got here, pretty easy, frankly. First of all, the low here in the pre-market of 115, I wouldn't even be interested under that. We'll see if we can get to the VWAP. That's at 133. We're under that, just as you said. And then above that, we have the 140-ish handle here for that represents the trend line. Now, it depends when we actually get to that trend line, 143, 144. Those look to be some of the key levels here, INEO.
Yeah, this might be one where you just wait and see what it does into the open, because when it's trading down and underneath VWAP, that's, you just don't want to try to catch a falling knife. So just let it start, let it open, see what it does. And then if it sets up, we can take a trade. We have some levels now.
Good stuff. Bonjour, Smoke Tuna. It's great to see you here today. All right. Next here is going to be LTRY. Some of you are probably familiar with this because I know this has been a day trader stock in the past on a whole bunch of stuff. This is going to be LTRY. Lottery.com and sports.com make historic dual sponsorship debut at the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500, which is going to be the big event here this weekend. Side note, anyone that's interested in sporting events or cars at some point in your life, you should go see the Indianapolis 500 live. It is a wild event and really worth your time. Anyway, LTRY, we did pop over 220. Looks like we had a high here of 229. Quick look around the horn here. Short interest of 2.98%. That comes on a days to cover of 1.48. The average volume here is 3.71 million shares per day. Already today, we're above 21 million. Float here just under 10 million at 9.6. What do you think here? Ticker LTRY.
Well, they had a headline here from Ragnarok Research saying that they're short lottery.com and they could shut down very soon. Looking at their balance sheet, doesn't look like that's out of the realm of being possible. They don't have a whole lot of cash. They lost $9 million the last quarter. They reported, the news is fine, and yes, the Indy 500 is one event I do need to go and see for myself, but I don't know how much there is here. Let me look at the chart for some levels, just in case this thing moves. It's coming up against VWAP right now. That looks like it could end up trying to cross it. Once it does, it'll probably trade better. 228 is the high that we printed this morning. That's what I'd be looking at after we get past $2. But with that other news that I just mentioned, this is not a really strong company. Be careful. And they also delayed their quarterly report earlier this month too. But it looks like they ended up reporting it this week. So I don't know. The company doesn't look that strong to me, but we're just looking at this as a day trade. So I'd be watching for a recapture of VWAP, $2, and then the 228 high.
I got some sour grapes on this one. I've tried to trade lottery.com before. It's not ever really worked for me. Stock was a penny stock just a few days ago. Here we are pushing $2. Be careful with this one. Very much like Brian was warning earlier on IMNN. I too think you should be careful on this one. We'll see if we get a setup. Just be careful.
Hey, thanks, Pete. That might have been it, actually.
Yeah, I think, and this is what you were referring to here. I was going to say the big news here was the Apple building the tariff on Apple, 25% on Apple if they don't build here, and then the 50% tariff on EU. Is obviously that negotiation is still ongoing.
Right, and so then you had that Singapore company, which is not part of the EU, rise. And I think there may have been a little relation to that, but not a whole lot, but some.
Okay, next one here on the list, LITM. This is Snow Lake Resources. Looks like this started moving in the after hours on a little bit of extended volume yesterday. The big move came here in the pre-market as we traded up to a high of about $4.95. This is going to be one of the nuke names. This really kind of ties into some of the other names that are moving here. A lot of you guys are already talking about a bunch of them here. The big ones are going to be OKLOSMR and NNE. Those are the ones that we watch a lot, but some of the other names here like UUUU, EU, LITM, UEC, and LTBR also part of that. So this is just going to kind of fit in here. This is holding higher here, about 23%. Quick look at the short interest here, 19.56% of the float shorted. That was as of its most recent read here, which is pretty new. Days to cover here, 1, and that comes on an average volume of 690,000 shares. Today we've traded almost 11 million. Float here 7.3 million. What do you think on LITM? And if you want to go into any of the other nuke names directly from this, you're welcome to do that.
I'm sure we'll hit that up right after I finish with this one. This I don't know if you recall this one from days of trades past, but this one used to be a pretty big lithium play, as I recall. Yep. We traded this one a lot, probably back in like 2020, 21, if my memory serves me correctly. But this one was kind of interesting this morning. Obviously, it's moving on the Trump uranium news, but yeah. There's also a couple of other things that were pretty interesting that I'd like to share here. So, company does have cash. Okay. That's great. They're not really spending a whole lot of it, which is also great. But they are planning to begin drilling for uranium in July of 2025. So there's a potential future catalyst coming up with this. They also have for some reason, an incredibly high short interest out of nowhere, 19.5%, up from almost 3%. So all of a sudden, people aren't liking this for some reason, but now it's getting squoze. So aside from that, I just think that there's going to be another potential catalyst coming up here with this one. And as far as trading levels for this today, because I'm sure this one's going to get some decent price action on the back of that uranium news, we are looking to recapture the VWAP, since that has been suppressing the price ever since we had that impulse move that took us all the way up to 495. Ever since we've come down off that high and went under VWAP, there has been multiple attempts to recapture VWAP with no success. So once we start recapturing VWAP, we start seeing some candles close above it. I think that's when this might end up trading better. You'll want to watch for a move up to that 495 and potentially even higher. Let's see where this could end up going here. So we're at almost 420. And so it looks like there could be some resistance at about 435, 435 to 440. And then the next level after that, I'd say would be about 475. And then we get into a bit of a gap situation. That gap being from April 29th to 30th. I don't know if you can see it on the daily.
Yep, right here.
That would be the next spot after 475. And that could take us right up to the 65 daily EMA. Yeah, because that's at $5.41, which is about where that gap fills.
Okay. All right, good stuff there on LITM. Now that kind of leads into the rest of the movers here, right? So we had I just kind of talked about that. I'm just going to cycle through these here real quick. That's going to be UEC, SMR, OKLO. These are UUUU. That's 4 U's, by the way.
Quadruple
NEE, UROY, quadruple U. There you go. And then you folks are mentioning some of the bigger cap stocks that are tied to this whole thing too. CCJ, and then I like to call this Jay's baby, right? LEU. This one has been a monster mover from that 60 handle. Jay, I appreciate this. Target here 140 on LEU. Lion saying 130 to 140 LEU. Okay. So pretty good move still ahead of it if those price targets end up getting fleshed out. So really good stuff there. Also, one more thing we're going to highlight here. Track with CT. Been tuning in frequently this week and never said hello. So hello.
Hello.
Well, hello. Thank you for saying hello. We're all friendly around here. I do have a quick question. Track with CT. Are you tracking cars? Are you tracking field? Are you an athlete? Let me know. Great to have you here. Thanks for saying hello.
I really like the way the setup LEU had. Like it was kind of flagging a little bit. Before we had this move today. The thing that I'd be concerned about LEU is that are we going to create a bit of a bearish pattern here as we approach the same high as what could be considered maybe a left shoulder. I'd like to see this 123 area get taken out. That would invalidate it, and then I think we go higher. But also, we're already at an 80 RSI, so I think I'd be a little bit careful with LEU in particular. Not to say that it couldn't go higher, but it's the way this pattern is forming. And how overbought it looks. You might want to be a little more cautious on this one. Maybe
we get a pullback on that. Okay. And then Jay here, this is another, when we first started talking about LEU, I actually looked into it. This is something that I discovered too. It is definitely thin. Jay is absolutely right here. So just be careful about that. Some days are going to be easier to buy this than others, given that thinness. But this is a good mention here, Jay. Really good stuff. By the way, Jay, today, Jay and Wiss or anyone else that might have an opinion on this, I'm sorry I'm taking up time with this, but I want to get this out here before I forget. I heard recently that using branded balls to the same brand as the driver sometimes will give you increased results. So that is using tailor-made ball with a tailor-made driver, you might see some better results. Is that the case? Am I going to see that? I'm going to try that here today. Let me know if I should expect that. Okay. That's good stuff there with the movers. That pretty much does it. Yassine wants to take a look at Autodesk, which reported earnings. I think, was that last night or today on Autodesk? Which one was that? Let's see here. Indeed. That was this morning. That was last night. And then we got re-ratings here this morning. And actually, Yassine, I kind of floated Autodesk as a potential stock to ask Anne Marie about post earnings. Maybe there's an option trade in here that we can do post earnings. But nonetheless, let's start with these. Autodesk, what was the other one? Deckers Outdoors, which also which also reported earnings here. And then you know what? We're actually going to add Ross to that because we had a very interesting discussion that kind of aligned with some of the things that we were talking about yesterday. So I'll add that one to the list as well. Good morning, N, Joseph, Abhi, thinking about it, Mountain, and Peen. Good morning. Track says, track and field athlete, getting ready for preseason competition. Amazing. I hope that you win all of the competitions that you enter in there. Track and field is always something that's been impressive to me because I absolutely suck at it. Okay, let's start here with ADSK.
All right.
That's going to be Autodesk. This is what we had here before, okay? So we're currently trading at about 301 and change. We're actually above the trend line here. I had a very, very clear trend line. We had a possible inverse head and shoulders here. Now we've got the binary earnings event out of the way, and it does appear that we are popping out of this flag or pennant or whatever you want to call it. Looks like we're moving above the trend line. So I think the question here is this giddy up? Do we have more room to the upside here? What do you think on Autodesk, ticker ADSK?
Didn't look into the earnings report, but seeing that they raised guidance, that's much better than polling guidance or giving multiple guidances and all this other stuff that these companies that don't have a lock on their expectations are doing. So this is it looks like it's a great earnings report. Good guidance. I don't know exactly how far this will run, but it seems to me, given that all these analysts are upgrading or raising their price targets, seems like that is going to break through and possibly go on a bit of a run. Let's see where we're at with the price. Okay, so RSI is not overdone. And it looks like it's going to prevent the MACD from curling over and crossing to the downside. So it looks like this might get going here.
Okay.
If we are going to see this breakthrough, and it's going to go on a bit of a run, 305 is going to be a resistance level. I also like 312, and I guess we could call that one 316 or 316 and a half. So those would be the next few levels I would see. Now, obviously, the all-time high we haven't got back up to yet. That's back in August of 2021. But the recent high that we have put in, that was back in November. That was 326.62. Don't know if we'll see that today. But if we can continue to close above this trend line, maybe even back test it once before we kind of launch off it, I think in the future we'll likely see that. Just need to get over this trend line, hold above it, and start trading off and away from it. Those are the levels I'd be looking at on the way up.
Okay, awesome. On ADSK. Also, Anne-Marie here. We appreciate you, Anne-Marie. Happy Friday. We can build a few structures using the chains in Autodesk along with OKLO. So Anne-Marie is going to be joining us here at 11 from 11 to 11:30. We're going to build some options trades. If this is interesting to you, be sure to stick around. That should be fun. Also, before we move on to Deckers here, definitely going to highlight this comment. Brian, again, this video in chat room is just as good, if not better than the ones you pay for, LOL, doing God's work. Bless up, Brian. We're here to do that for you. The one thing that I will say is this is a humongous benefit that we have working for Benzinga. They have other income streams and don't need to rely on charging people simply to watch a stream. The other thing is that, remember, as I know that this sometimes gets lost, especially on the internet where a lot of crap is thrown around. Remember that the entire mission statement of our company is to try and raise the tide for the retail trader. The retail trader is in focus. We want to bring tools and information that rivals professional traders and investors. We want to give that to the retail trader. And if a stream like this even gives us 2% towards that goal, we're going to fold that in here. So really great to hear that. As I've said, a lot of times we're open to feedback on how we can make this more valuable for you. 13 has been awesome at kind of tailoring what we're doing here to whatever the group wants. So keep it coming. We're going to keep trying to make this more and more valuable. I really appreciate comments like that a lot.
I second all that. I just want to get out there real quick because I'm just looking around and seeing a couple of things. Izzy, MLGO, yes, it does look like it wants to take out the 65 EMA, need a little bit more volume. Similar setup here with lottery as well, except it's not the 65 EMA, it's VWAP it's trying to get over. Need some volume there as well. Two things that look like they're trying to break out here into the open. Just keep an eye on those two. They look like they're set up to take out those resistance areas, VWAP and 65 EMA.
Okay. Let's see. We've got 3 minutes here. We definitely have enough time to check out Deckers here. Here is ticker DECK. This is going to be your maker of Uggs and Hoka. You guys all know my thoughts on Hoka. I don't need to go off on another rant here about how crappy the shoe is. Nonetheless, Deckers here pounded this morning, down 22.4%. It does look like it's at a support level. This would have been an interesting one to ask Mark. This support level was also, oh my goodness, a previous resistance level in the past. We actually have a sizable volume shelf going all the way back to 2022. That's down here, but our volume point of control up here near 150. We'll see if Deckers can get going here. One of the things that's going on here with Deckers, obviously they reported earnings. They mentioned that they might be impacted by some of the tariffs, and as a result, that's causing this to move down here today. It was a beat on the top and the bottom line. I believe they pulled their guidance, right? Profit guidance weighs on shares. So, okay, no, this isn't the one that pulled it. Yes, excuse me. I knew I was right. The company will not be providing full year guidance for fiscal year 26. Okay, that's what it was for.
As opposed to Autodesk, which did provide guidance, and look at how well they're doing.
Yeah. Izzy's asking if I'm a Skechers guy. LOL. No. ON, New Balance, and FootJoy are my favorite brands. Definitely
with Deckers, if you kind of, it's not exactly 95, but if you draw a horizontal line at 95, that's about where this the Liberation Day took the price down to, which is the highs from August of 2023. It's actually 94.75 was the high, but I say it's close enough. That's the level I'd be watching for after we open here, which is going to be in about 30 seconds. Because that seems to be the nearest support level that the price is coming down to, and we're at 97. So watch what happens around 95 for Deckers.
Okay. Also from GB Slice in the chat here, 82 will be support.
82.
Here you go. I've got that added to the chart here. That's another form of resistance and support.
I see that. Yep.
Yeah. ON is A+. Let me tell you something. Those shoes are unbelievable. The first shoe that I have really been like, I love this shoe since I discovered New Balance way back at my entrance to college. Okay, we are open here. Let's go. Let's see what we got on deck here for today. Happy Friday, folks. We are going to end the week strong and happy and go into our 3-day weekend with a positive vibe. That is for sure.
Lottery trying to go through VWAP. There it goes. Let's see if MLGO can do the same thing. It doesn't look like it. Looks like that's headed the opposite direction, but we know MLGO is kind of a bit of a box job here.
Yep.
But let's see. Lottery, that was a nice move through VWAP. Let's see if we can hold it and go higher. High in the pre-market was 228. Let's see. What are the other ones that are moving here? LITM, that's not doing a whole lot out of the gate. Trying to get back up over the 65 EMA. IMNN. This one kind of ran up into the open, and I don't know that it's going to go a whole lot higher. Right now it looks like it wants to trade down first, but let's see if it can get back above 148, which is a pre-market high.
LTRY continuing to go. Sorry to interrupt you here, but this on the cross through VWAP, we're actually getting some of that volume to expand too. I do have another target here, 230, excuse me, LTRY. I'm actually going to throw this in another window so I can take a look at the level 2 here for you. This looking good. Wow, they are taking offers here too. 229 coming here, folks. Boy, that happened faster than I thought. LTRY.
Yeah, and you see that 230 size. That's about where the pre-market highs were. So let's see if we can take that out. Need to see this volume continue to expand, or we're not going to be able to do it. Nice move out of that gate there for that one. I'll look at some others while you're.
Yeah, this went right to the support level and stopped there.
Yeah. Okay. Now it looks like MLGO had some buyers come in. Maybe this now tries to take out 65 EMA. Not going to trade that one. LITM went down, getting some support from the 200 EMA on the 5-minute, but let's see if I can turn around there.
Pete, Palantir CEO Alex Karp sells more than $50 million worth of stock. You think he's building a new house or something? What do you think he's doing with that 50 mil? Cool, 50 mil payday might not be bad. This actually traded down in the pre-market here and is ripping off of the open. Boy, so is Apple, so is Palo Alto, so is the market, so is Bitcoin.
Dip buying.
I think you're 13. I think you just hit it right square on the head.
Look at what's happened over the past few days. We've opened lower than the previous close. We traded up, and then we ultimately went down at the end of the day. Because you mentioned that sell program that we keep seeing. So far that's kind of been the case today. Is we're trying to trade back up. We have a number of levels in the way, including that 5% pullback level that was providing support for the past couple of days. Let's see here. On the way up, resistance levels are going to be this low from 2 Mondays ago, which is going to be 577.04. So let's call it 577. There's a previous all-time high at 577.71. Another one at 580.33.
Lottery 230, new highs and a pop there. Sorry for interrupting again. Lottery right through that resistance area. I actually had 233 as another spot there. It went right to 239. I see size there at 240, and they just, oh my God, they deleted it. They deleted
large wall sellers. Let's see if they can chew through that as well.
Okay. That is, I'll tell you what, that is something else. Let me see if I can. No, that doesn't look as clean as I'm just, that's just hopes and dreams that I'm doing that on. Nope, nope, nope. I'll try another one here real quick. We'll see if this comes into play here. I just say the trend lines have been crispy recently, so I'm trying to fit them in there. We'll see if this trend line gives it any support on the move back. What a move here on lottery. Congrats to anyone that was hitting that here this morning. There's some cash registering. Somebody just said they were on this too.
Nice.
Who was that? You are having a good day here, I think. Smoke Tuna warning us here. IMNN. Give it time to pull back enough. Don't be too early on that. Yeah. It was Zane. I'm on this. Let's go, Zane. You were talking about lottery, right? You must be having a good Friday morning, boss. He's smiling. That's what I want to see. Let's go, Zane.
Yeah, IMNN. This is the one that was running up into the open, and I totally agree. Let this one just kind of search for a bottom and start to reverse before we start trading this one. The MACD still looks like it could take this lower. I'd be a little bit more cautious IMNN.
Yeah, I think your $1 is going to actually be a level here. You've got the VWAP at 99 cents. That might be $1 on other platforms. Yeah.
Lottery just took out 250. That was a big wall of sellers.
Boy, oh boy.
Let's
255's that high print.
Yeah. Maybe this goes up to 275 before we get a pull. Oh, look at that. 275 has a large wall of sellers too. How about that?
There you go. 260, 262, more highs, 264 here. Oh my gosh, guys. Chewbacca's loving this. Channel it. Zane, you're going to have a good weekend, aren't you? Rahman saying, I def agree with IMNN waiting on that bottom hit. Rahman, what is your buy spot there on IMNN, if you don't mind sharing it? Kevin Robinson, good morning, Kevin, mentioning Fubo here. Yep.
I think this is about the time where you probably want to raise some stops on lottery if you're still trading.
Definitely 13. Really good idea. Always focus on protecting capital. And sometimes that's harder when things start going in your direction right away. Market continuing to trade up here too.
And then there's MLGO. It did the same thing. Perfect. So Izzy, we just had to wait a little bit.
Oh, that's fun.
Yep. That broke a trend as well too, I think. Let me see if just to double check and make sure. Okay. So here's the thing with this one. It went up to the trend line. It printed over it, but now it's coming back down beneath it. So no breakout here quite yet. In MLGO.
Harry, and you know what? I know exactly what trend line you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about there. Okay, checking in on some of the nuke names here. These did give back a little bit here in the pre-market, but they've started to curl up right out of the open. All of them are doing it.
Yeah. Now IMNN is starting to move.
So we didn't, damn it. So we did not get back down to that $1 target that I just gave you. Damn. I was so hoping that was going to work out perfectly.
The volume isn't great in this move here, but it looks like it is. Okay, it did halt. There we go. So it's halted now. Out of this halt, maybe it pops up over 148.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll see. Looks like INEO is trying to get some support here and establish a bottom. Not sure if it's done that yet, but it did drop beneath the 200 EMA, and it's trying to recapture it. It printed a 111 low. Wait to see what happens with that one, in my opinion. Also, SIDA. Oh, this one is on the is also halted as well. So this dropped just before the market opened, and it started rallying after it opened. Now we're coming back up to the consolidation it was in the pre-market and after hours.
Nash is saying, how the hell is SPY going up? Two reasons. Number one, the world is not ending. Number two, we've actually seen that these tariff tantrums, I like to call them, mostly for the alliteration, but these tariff tantrums often represent kind of an overreaction to things. Now, it's important to notice that while we're bouncing here, this is obviously still headline driven. You get any other type of headline, you could reverse this bounce in a heartbeat. So we're not going to put on our party hats and start celebrating yet, but those are two reasons there why this market is just moving up right out of the open here. The world's not going to end.
Yeah, it's just a recovery move because this is a pretty big move down. But you know what? What's really nice about this is that we got that 200-day SMA test.
It went right to it. That's right. That's that 575 area.
Mm-hmm. I do like that.
Yep, me too. LTRY, here we go. Are we going to back test this trend line here? I've got that value 235.
Yeah, that trend line and the pre-market highs, those are going to be support levels now.
Man, I'll tell you what, my scanner's got all of them nuke names on here. CCJ, I think I just saw LEU on here. SMR, UUUU, NNE was on here. Oklo was on here. UEC is on here. URG is on here. The entire sector moving right there. Also, DNN, that was mentioned earlier. CCJ's back.
Sounds like your scanners has gone nuclear.
Yeah, you could say that. That's a good one. Who's got the drum? Who's got the drum emojis in there for that? Also, the quantum names. One of you mentioned in that N QUBT at its high. Let's take a look at those quantum names. Those have actually given pretty good trades here. So look at that. QUBT actually sold off a little bit in the pre-market. That totally reversed.
Nice mention, Mark, with NNE. This is moving as well. Just blasted through its 65 EMA after recapturing the 200 EMA, coming up to the pre-market consolidation. The current high, that's from the after hours, is 32.98. Call it 33.
By the way, LTRY gave up that trend line there. I had it at 235. That looks like that thing just printed 232 on the way down. Amazon, Izzy's on Amazon. What's Amazon? That's got to be coming back, right? Yes, sir. That is coming back. I wonder if this goes red-green. That actually might give more of a move here. I don't know if we're going to get that yet. Izzy, grats to you. I think the easy money was probably made on this. Being right here at that round 200 level, I feel like this could go either way here.
Mountain Market is mentioning kids. Wisdom is mentioning MNTN.
MNTN, this was an IPO from yesterday. Apologize to anybody that might have been confused. It looks like the Signals tool, which, by the way, gets its data from the exchange. There's no human intervention there. Mentioned that this was halting when it was IPOing. I don't know what the hell happened at the exchange, but nonetheless, this actually popped, dropped, went higher, and then higher in the after hours. Would be very interesting to see if we can hold above this 26.30 level. Yeah, let's just call it 26 here. The high of the impulse move from yesterday, to me, that's notable here today.
With regard to kids, this is down and it's trying to recover. But when I look at a daily chart, I'm not. I mean, maybe it can get back up to 370, but the 20-day SMA has been really suppressing the price action of this one. It goes right up to it and then gets rejected almost on a daily basis lately. I think that if you get up to about 370, 375, that's probably about all you're going to get today, if it even gets up there. It just does. This chart looks pretty bearish to me, to be honest. And that 20-day SMA is a complete roadblock for price action. Yeah,
that does kind of look bearish to me. Speaking of bearish, Wolf, this is popping again on news that's going bankrupt.
IMM is unhalted.
Oh, figure. INMM. It was good. It was only a matter of time before it was going to happen. 13. Let's be honest, okay?
Yeah. Yep.
I was going to screw it up at some point. Here we go. Let's see if we get that $1 pull now, or excuse me, that pull down to the dollar level. That got to be precise. Track asking what's happening with LITM. Again, that's in the whole nuke theme that's going on. It looks like this is actually kind of showing some more weakness here on Snow Lake. Selling volume is what's coming in here, frankly.
Yeah, and I think this one has a better upcoming catalyst that's going to happen in July. They're going to start drilling for uranium then. So they've got a couple of projects. As a matter of fact, I mean, if you have the time, I'm not saying right now, but when you have the time, look at some of the recent news headlines that this has been making. Read their Form 6 that's available to everybody. There's some good information in there that may make this interesting to you for a future trade.
Yeah, now this, that was held on May 8th.
Take care, Lion. Have a good weekend.
You said there was another one in there. Lion, take care of yourself, my man. Enjoy your holiday weekend. I'm assuming you're going to spend that with family. Have a good one. Have a good one, boss.
Great call.
Smoke Tuna saying, I think today looks dull.
It did, yeah. I think that's the expectation we had yesterday.
It was. So that way, you're exactly right. My expectation was that today was going to be dull. It's part of the reason why I scheduled golf. And then we got these tariff headlines here today. But we'll see if that actually
there's 33. There's 33 and more in NNE. Great call. Glad we ended up getting that. This was a fantastic call. But yes, it's we have a 3-day weekend. I don't know that a lot of folks are going to want to buy and hold through the weekend. You could have all kinds of headlines come out. So let's just call it what it is.
Rahman says, Ryan, I'm still waiting for it to hit that $1 level since you asked. You asked me my input, but brother, you influenced my decision. That's always the risk we run here, Rahman. Hopefully you actually get a clean bounce there and you're able to make some money off of it. That actually make me feel a lot better. Brandon here saying, I feel like most Fridays are dull. Maybe I'm wrong. No, you're not, at least not in my opinion. In fact, Friday is probably the day that I trade the least, even in times where I'm like as active as possible. The one caveat there is that those 0-day DTE options, I know those are popular. XIII never had a lot of luck with them, so I haven't participated in it. I'm going to leave SYTA up here for you, 13, and I'm going to take a step away for just one moment.
Okay, so SITA, that was halted a moment ago. It's now open, coming back down to where it halted at and going through it. Has support coming in the form of a 65 and 200 EMAs. Those are about right where, in the same spot at about 660. We lose that level. I think we have some support we can lean on at 650, and then the VWAP after that. Don't want to see too much of a pullback. Did get to 7 exactly out of the halt, but this still has potential for upside, but we need to see the volume continue to expand. And that might be a tall order on a day like today. IMNN is halted to the downside. So that one, after the halt up, now halted down and through the VWAP, might open and fall under $1. We're hoping for more on that one, but it looks like that's going to go lower. Lottery, on the other hand, that did go down and test its VWAP and that 230 area. Like to see this turn around and go higher now. That would be pretty ideal. All right, folks, what are you looking at here? Yeah, don't give it back on Friday. Exactly. If you had a great week, now is not the time to try to make some crazy trades and give it all back. Don't do that. Have a good weekend and hold on to those gains. And great, yeah, Van Marie coming up next. It'll be awesome. And LITM might have its breakthrough, maybe. Let's see here, because I think that we're potentially going to get one, but the better news might be coming later this year.
I think this really needs to get through 4 to show anything here.
Yeah, that's kind of where it's getting suppressed at. As a matter of fact, this doesn't look like the greatest setup right now either. If we can get through 4, that would probably be better because right now it looks a little bearish.
Okay. Real quick here. I did want to get to this. Matt asking here about NVTS. Any thoughts on NVTS? So I think you're looking for thoughts. I might not be giving you the thoughts that you're looking for, but 13 and I actually discussed this yesterday. We did have some thoughts on this. First of all, big time shout out to Smoked Tuna, because the ad level that Smoked Tuna literally called live before it hit here, I actually ended up adding, I think you said 420. I think I got filled at 418. That actually allowed me to be profitable on this trade. I made a whopping $87 on this trade yesterday. Look out. I made $87. It was a joke, but basically I had bought early. The stock went against me. I added at Tuna's level to lower my cost base and was able to get out green. The larger point that I wanted to bring up here, 13 and I told you yesterday that if this thing doesn't really start to break down, there's a chance that in the afternoon things kick up with this one. And look what happened. The volume was fairly steady all day, but it really kind of turned to buying volume right around the lunchtime. It did end up challenging that trend line. It broke through it and moved higher. Everyone that bought on the show yesterday in the morning was able to get out at even or at profit at some point if you were patient yesterday. So, Matt, I don't have any thoughts for this today because I was able to get out of this and it looked like I was going to take a loss and I ended up not. So my thoughts on this is be careful if you're going to go back to this. Just looking at the chart here today, sure looks like this is a little bit heavy. Until we see any type of action here, I'm not sure that this is in play here today. 13, did you have anything else that you wanted to add to the NVTS discussion?
Watch the volume. We don't have the same volume we did yesterday, so I don't anticipate it'll trade as well. Keep in mind that the float on this one is large, 134 million shares. So that's one of the reasons why it didn't have a great morning. It's a very, very heavy name. That 420 level is going to be the level that if it doesn't hold up and we start trading underneath it, I think this is going to just end up going lower. If it does hold up, maybe you have another trade on your hands. You just have to watch that volume because you're not going to be able to get back to some of these other levels where these bag holders are without more volume to kind of push them out of the way, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, Smoke Tuna here saying it's all about the entry price. Yeah. Amen, brother. And here's the other thing. If you're going to scale in, you can actually afford to make a mistake on your first entry, but that just makes the other entries that you scale in at that much more important. Smoke Tuna, completely agree with this. Please continue to keep shouting out some of those levels. Dragon Slacker, you have been full of troll comments here today, but this one's pretty good. 87 is better than a swift kick in the mouth or somewhere else that's painful. Jay mentioning here, NVTS, is anyone... I think you're asking here, is anyone concerned with an offering? I'd buy that. So you're saying here on NVTS, you'd wait this out, and if they did an offering and it came in, you would buy that offering? That's interesting to me.
Yeah,
that's interesting to me.
Don't they? Well, I don't know that they'll need to do an offering. They seem to have a good amount of cash. Not to say that they couldn't do it. They might need to raise capital for, joint ventures like the one that they're doing with NVIDIA, but they do have a good amount of cash. So I don't know that they'll need to raise right now.
Yeah. Pete here saying, I love this. 87 sounds good to me too. I've had tons of $25 to $100 wins and similarly small losses. It's how you keep playing the game. So the real talk here, Pete, this is the being able to be okay with small wins and then teaching myself to take small losses, even if they're frequent, has kept me in the game. This is 100% factual. I fully believe that the only reason that I'm still here trading my account today is because I taught myself to walk away with some of these small ones and not over leverage myself one way or another. Yeah, it's great. You accidentally fat finger and buy 100 calls of something and it goes up. You feel like a genius. It's important to remember that that can just as easily evaporate. And being able to stay in the game and not taking the mother of all losses is going to be the most important thing in the world. This comment really resonates here. I'm glad. I'm glad that someone else feels the same way. What else did I miss here? Oh, and then there another comment here, Rahman. I'm kind of feeling the same thing here, and I've tried to hint at this by continually to mention that it's a 3-day weekend, and there might not be a lot of risk added ahead of this 3-day weekend. I'm expecting a lot of news over the weekend. It's going to be a crazy Tuesday. I think what you're saying in here is that it could be crazy in either direction, and honestly, I don't have a feel for that. We got tariff news here today. The market's rebounding. Part of me wonders if we'll get the flip side of that over the weekend. Trump will wake up and be really happy and be like, you know what? We're not going to do this. I mean, that we've seen it happen before. Maybe it'll happen again. I just don't know how to position for that. So, okay.
Well, the couple of things that we are getting next week, we are getting GDP and PCE. So we have
there you go.
Reports coming that could play in. Well, it's going to, they're going to be the things that the Fed looks at. So you could get a change in rate sentiment depending on what those are reporting.
Mazur saying that really is true. I'm glad to hear that. I make small wins. I started learning to focus more on stop losses to be a little bit stricter. Focus on protecting your capital first, then you can start worrying about making money. Here's something that I heard from a FinTwit trader that I've been following since the first day I got into this. You only need to get rich one time. So don't blow it trying to be a hero. It's okay if you're chipping away at things. That experience, that's going to add up, and eventually you're going to have your spot. That's when you hit it. Okay.
I just saw Wisdom saying that SHNY is still my favorite gold play, and it's it's a leveraged ETF.
That's shiny, right? SHNY?
Yeah, shiny. And so are you also doing dull when you're bearish on gold? Is that the one you're also playing, or do you have something else?
You're asking Wisdom for that, right?
Yes. Yeah, I'm just curious.
It's like the Barry Sanders of gold. You will get bonus points referencing Hall of Fame football players on this channel. Yes, for sure.
Yeah, that's true, Joseph. I think because and that's the kind of thing that we're alluding to here, is that there could be a piece of news that happens over this stretch of weekend that really does affect the market when we do open on Tuesday. So that's why I would not expect a lot of positions to be held through the weekend. Yes, and then there's absolutely, Jay. There's Dust and Nugget. There's one other one too. It's not coming to my mind right now, but we've talked about these a few times.
Izzy, MST? You mean MSTR or MST? This is what you were leveraged long income. I mean, congrats on the wins. I'm surprised you're trading this one. Maybe that's a typo. Zach, talking about OKLO. I've been in Oklo, NNE, and SMR for weeks. Ring that register. Good morning also. Yo, you guys are not going to have to fight me on ringing the register for the group making money. I am happy to do that. MVST. Thank you, Izzy. Thank you, Izzy. You probably would have got that if the caps lock wasn't on.
Now you need the jackpot sound from the casino.
Oh, God. That's all we need to do is turn this into a slot machine, the slot row of casino. That's all we need to do here.
What do you think we're trading? We're trading on a casino right now.
Actually, MVST here, Izzy, all jokes aside here, MVST, this is a nice little pump here.
This was running earlier this week too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I thought I saw this one. Maybe it was another. No, it was this week. Monday to Tuesday, we had 2 days of increases, and then we peaked on Wednesday. I forgot what this was moving on. Might have been earnings, because they just had that on Monday. Well done on your trade. I mean, would you ride this all week? Yeah, just a whole massive soundboard, right, producer? I could come up with some more sounds that might be appropriate and fun. All right, I'm going to look at some of these movers again, see if there's anything. A lot of choppiness right now in the morning. This is sideways.
Yeah, sorry, I'm selecting the perfect GIF to respond to some of my teammates here. Some of them are not safe for work, you might say. But I think I got a good one there. Richie Rich can never go wrong. Okay, let's see. What else am I missing here? Mazrur is asking if I can share the list of the nuke names here in the chat. Producer, can you help me out? I feel like you know what? Can you do me a favor? Can you put the banner up and then also type them in there so I can keep running around on what's going on here? That'd be appreciative. James is saying, what range do you predict the SPY will be in today? I got here a little late. Okay, so James, our predictions are worth sometimes next to nothing, but we'll tell you what we think the chart says here, and we'll see how that shakes out. I've got one here, and I think the big one that we have to take a look at is going to be this 200-day. I said it earlier. I'm still on that. The tariff headline brought us right to the 200-day. It is worth noting that there's an amalgamation of moving averages around that same area, so pick and choose which one you like the most. As long as we hold this area, we're probably in pretty good shape. I would say that the upside boundary that we have is probably this 582.30, maybe 583, which is kind of where we fell from. Furthermore, if we lose this area, as Mark Petrino agreed with, I think we probably fill this gap down here to 566. So range of possibilities, the way I see it here today, 566 to 583. What do you think, 13?
For the SPY, let's see here. Sorry, I was looking at other stuff.
That's okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
No, it's okay. So I like these previous all-time highs. They, for some reason, have worked really, really well. And one of the ones that we've just recently come up to this morning was the previous all-time high of 577.71 cents. That comes from, I think it was November. October. So that was from October 9th. It was the high that day. And you're just asking kind of where we're going to go for the rest of the day, or what was the question?
Yeah, his question here was, what was the range? What range do you predict the SPY will be in here today? So I don't know. So I looked at the chart and gave you the range.
It looks like it's trying to go higher and recover some of the downside that it experienced this morning. but the volume isn't that great. So
I was just going to check that. Yeah.
I don't know if we'll get that. So what I'd be watching for is if we can continue to trade up here at this level, that 577 and 71 cent area, because that's been resistance so far this morning. If we can get above that, I think that I'd be watching the next previous all-time high of 580 and 33 cents. You can even just say 580 if you want, if it helps you out there, because that was a low. 580 was actually a low yesterday. So if we do end up breaking through that previous all-time high and running up into 580, I think that is going to be about where you're going to find the most resistance.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Good stuff there. James, let me know if that was helpful. Doesn't look like you need us at all, though, James. Made 5K on SPY puts at the open. It's a 5K kind of Friday, huh? That doesn't sound bad. There's our opinion on it. Let us know what you think about that. All right. What else we got? What else we got here? LEU, you guys were talking about. Let's see if that breaks the top off. What did Lottery do? Lottery lost that trend line.
Oklo is approaching the pre-market high, or is this after hours? Pre-market after hours, whatever the 49.50 high was. It's up.
That looked like pre-market to me.
Yeah. Okay. So coming up to that high right now, been nice out of the open here, taking out the consolidation from the pre-market and everything. Good stuff.
TMDX. Jay's mentioning TMDX. This has been good since its earnings here. Didn't trade this one, but man, oh man, it sure has. And look at that, Jay. We filled the gap. Almost like what Mark Petrino was saying here this morning. I got your next level here, 135. Your next target here, 135.
We're getting asked about Deckers again.
Yeah, we can go to that. Here's your story trading. Mazra, you got to do this fast. You got to do this fast. Go ahead and scan this QR code here, boss. This is the only thing I can really share here. And with one of my producers down here today, I'm limited to what else I can get you. Be sure to scan this.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what we were talking about when it came to Deckers. Weak guidance.
Yep.
That was it.
Now, there's an interesting thing here. I was sharing some comments. Thank you for scanning that. I was sharing some comments earlier this week, really for a couple of weeks here, trying to dispel some of the FUD that's out there about the economy being ruined, the United States going into the tank, all of this hyperbole. That's, of course, baloney. I've shared with you some other comments about how the economy might not even go into a recession. One of the interesting things, I know it doesn't pertain to Deckers here, but one of the interesting things that happened here is Ross Stores. We actually talked to one of our analysts or one of our happy hour members who was a former professional analyst and said that a lot of the times the guide was the issue here with Ross. And a lot of the times when the company would guide down, they basically knew that they were not going to get more people to trade down to their products. And this was kind of an indication that, you know what, maybe a recession is not on the horizon. And we had this discussion a little bit yesterday. So just as Deckers is giving you an outlook there that's not all that great because of tariffs, Ross Stores here telling you maybe no recession after all.
I'm getting asked about Reddit. And one of the things that I see here from yesterday is that there was a lot of insider selling. Now, could be that given the nature of some of the sizes of these sales, it could just be, for whatever they're doing with their personal lives. But the fact that there's a number of insider sales at the same time makes me think it could be something else. So I kind of would hand it off to you, Ryan. What are you thinking here with Reddit? It looks like it's trying to get back up over 100.
Yeah, so the big thing here on Reddit is that I have to kind of remind myself, hey, dummy, you were wrong about this the first time. And I had a very bearish view on Reddit. So if I try to dissociate my previous view with this, I have a very hard time saying that this is anything but a pullback to a level here that it might try to launch from. I know that sounds crazy. Believe me, guys, I think it sounds crazy too. I would be entirely unshocked if Reddit really kind of found some support here around maybe this low 90 handle. We'll see what happens at the round number today if it's able to get above that. and move above that. But honestly, my feel here, we had a huge move higher. We retraced a lot of the move. We've traded sideways here. Sure seems to me that if we don't have any other really terrible news here on Reddit, next move should be higher. Target to look at here, 127, 130, that area in there should take us higher here.
I'm looking at the 103 level because this candle that we had here on Wednesday, this large red candle, we have not been able to trade outside of that yet for the past couple of days, today and yesterday.
This is the one you're talking about. Really good pickup there, 13, right here.
Yeah. So I feel like if we can't get back out of this candle to the upside, which is about 103, maybe a little bit, a few cents higher, then there's probably going to be more downside to this, probably down to 90, maybe even lower. But I think we need to get out of this red candle's body.
Okay, that's a good stuff there. So 103.50.
Yeah.
103.50 there. Definitely give me one of your levels. Good stuff there on Reddit. Thank you, 3D. Definitely like and subscribe here. It's free. It's a very easy way to support us, and we love all of you. Izzy, you had mentioned there that India and U.S. near a trade deal. I'll be honest with you. At this point, I'm not interested in any of these. We're close. Let's see the actual deals here, because now we've got more tariff threats. We actually haven't seen a deal here. Let's get that. Maybe this will help kind of drive the, jawbone the market down. Maybe not drive, but jawbone the market down. I'll be honest with you, though. I want to see some official deals now. That's the stage I'm at.
We did get some new home sales data just a few minutes ago. So how's that affecting some of the mortgage names we were looking at?
That data here, new home sales for April, 743,000 versus the 694,000 estimate. The prior read was 724. So, gosh, it was above the prior read, too. I wonder if Rocket is responding to that, as you mentioned. Rocket is ticking up here. It's up by 0.25%. Also, yep. U.S. new home sales month over month for April, 10.9% versus the 2.6% estimate.
Taking a look at some of the builders too, seeing if they're reacting to that. They're off their lows from the pre-market, so there's that, but not really moving too heavily with that the news. I think it's because we've already alluded to how there's going to be a fewer participation today because it's already the 3-day weekend starting. Probably not going to see some of these headlines provide the big news moves like we're hoping for. Just the nuclear ones so far today, since Trump reported that.
Ed is asking if it's too early to start drinking. No, as a matter of fact, it's not. I have some tea right here. Oh, you meant adult beverages. Well, Ed, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah, I'd say no, because if you want to start your holiday weekend now, have a good one.
P-Max, there's a ticker called Powell Max. Why are we just learning about this? I know it's a penny stock, but it's named Powell Max.
Sorry. It's in capital markets. What do you know?
Someone else, I think, mentioned SLDP earlier. Sorry that we didn't cover this. We had a lot going on here. This is Solid Power. Looks like we had a bunch of insider transactions here. Is that what's going on?
Oh, by the way,
These were grants, though.
By the way, PMAX, all operations are carried in Hong Kong. Trade that how you
so
trade that how you
Max is a Chinese name? Oh, the plot thickens.
Yeah. Yep.
Jerome. Oh, that is funny. That is funny. Okay, SLDP here. This is ripping. I'll tell you what, the news that we had there in the news feed by the beneficial ownership changes, that was all just grant stuff here. That is not something where I would take that as an open market buy or anything. The volume looks really good here. This 5-minute chart showing all buying volume and expanding volume. Buying volume, excuse me. So I'm unsurprised to see the 13% move here. The question is, though, is there more? We did have a breakout of this double top here near 150.
It's got 177 million share float with a short interest of 11% and 18 days to cover. This is a squeeze too, or at the very least short covering because they're getting squoze.
Okay. Yeah, this is actually pumping here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would chase this move. I do kind of like this 148 breakout, though. I really do. What would he have? What do we have on the daily? Yeah, this is man. I don't know. I think you could go a little bit more here. I wouldn't chase this move, but I think that this is actually a pretty constructive move so far.
Shayla Vega, no, you're
Am I
not
chirping or is
no,
the bid ass spread? Ooh, that's saucy.
Tripping. She's
I know, and I think she
tripping.
means bid ask, not bid ass.
But I do like bid ass. That's an interesting one. But no, you're not tripping. This we've already talked about this several times, but it's really just the market is not seeing a lot of participation today because there's already folks starting their 3-day weekend early. Also, you're not going to see a whole lot of buying into this weekend, this long weekend to hold. So yeah, it is going to be a little bit ass today.
Yeah, and there's no reason. Look, no reason to be sorry. Full disclosure.
Yeah.
I arguably make more typos that embarrass me than anyone else I know. So my strategy is to just simply laugh about it. So that's what I do with other people. No reason to be sorry here. 13, I think you make a really good point. The other thing is I think that those bid-ask spreads might get worse over the course of the day if the participation drops off at all. What did I miss?
Pete Breen didn't drow.
Oh God. Okay, that's funny, but I won't veer too far off the road. You also gave the drum emoji, which is where the bonus points come from there. Let's go. Yeah, if ChatGPT can integrate with our keyboard, that'd be great. I forget to check for corrections. You're not alone. I do the same thing.
It just pops up. Don't hit enter.
And I'm always trying to type fast and hit enter. I should check more often. I really should. Okay.
Nuclear names still rising. Oklo, NNE, they're still making new highs in this session.
Also, Rahman, thank you for the reminder here. Smoke Tuna tells me on a weekly basis to not take stocks that are moving to the downside off the screen because you really want to buy weakness. And every week I end up doing that and missing one. Good reminder here. I am NN almost down to this $1 level. I think if we hold this or if we peak beneath it and reclaim it on some decent volume, this actually might be a shot. We'll see.
Abby is asking which quantum stock is the best. That's kind of tough because I could direct you to some of these larger companies like Microsoft or Google who are making some pretty significant investments.
I think in the spirit of the question, that's not what he's asking you.
No, I understand. But at the same time, you do have these smaller ones that have been moving better because that's all that they do. But when it comes to those, I tend to think that D-Wave might be one of the better ones. I know that a lot of folks like Ionic and Rigetti, I think those are two great ones too. But I don't think there's really a company that's been leading the quantum charge like D-Wave has. So I think that's the one I'd like to label as probably the best one, even though that might not be the case. I just think because they're leading the charge and they're really gung-ho and moving forward with and going and flying in the face of all the naysayers that say that quantum's decades out. I kind of like where they're at with this. They're really trying to push quantum.
Okay, I think D-Wave is not that. I'm on the other side of D-Wave for you. I do like IONQ here. This is great though. 13. This is what makes the market here. I'm a fan of IONQ, and here's the thing. 13 was just talking about maybe the timeline for quantum to be actually commercially viable and all of that. I'm still in the camp that thinks it's a little bit further out. And as a result, I'm going to rely on some of the analysts that look into this. Analysts seem to like IONQ more than any of those other stocks. And so I would have a tough time going against the analysts here. Also, the performance and the price action here, probably the most palatable. I understand it's volatile, but probably the most palatable. My vote would go for IONQ. I could very easily be wrong.
And I don't know that I would necessarily be wanting to jump into these right now because these have all gone on a really nice run. So I would definitely wait for some kind of pull back to some levels. Like for me, when it comes to D-Wave, and by the way, the ticker's QBTS for those that were asking, I'd like to see this come back down to 12. That'd be great. And if it can hold 12, then I think that's going to be a good spot to go along again. But let's just see what happens once we get back down to 12. There's always going to be some kind of news or some piece of information that could end up pulling it lower. But 12 right now is the spot I'd like for QBTS.
James mentioning you should listen to Martin Shkreli, Pharma Bros thoughts on quantum. I'm very bearish on it long term. I did that, James. I actually brought some of his quotes here and covered that, and folks threw tomatoes at me. So I'm not sure how much Pharma Bro is going to be coming back here. I did think he made some pretty salient points, however. Brian mentioning there's heavy calls on Rigetti. You know what, Brian? This is actually a really good reminder. Let me roll through the quantum names here. So as far as Rigetti goes, today, as far as like the bigger kind of more flow oriented, definitely in the camp of calls there. Looks like 13 is probably your average target. As far as IONQ goes, a lot of call buying there too. Sure looks like your average in there is going to be about 45 to 50. What else did we have there? QBTS. Now the other thing, and I think you mentioned that QBTS was my favorite. I'm getting roasted on QBTS. I mean, it's not out of the it's not going to kill me or anything, but I got smoked on the trade. I actually tried to short that, and I'm getting my face ripped off on that. QBTS here also seeing mostly calls in terms of the aggressive action. We're now looking at 20 handle on that. IMNN, okay, so we're not quite there yet. Boy, did we get down there, Rahman? No, 106. Look at that. We got close. I'm still going to wait that out, and it needs to hold. So far, it's held, but it really needs to hold. We'll see. How's Lottery doing? Lottery knifed and gave it back. Good job selling into the pop, whoever did that.
That's why we're talking about raising stops, because of all that. And NNE and Oklo, those are still. Well, it looks like they're starting to pull now, but man, they have just gone on a run today.
Okay, Izzy, that's a good volume.
Izzy, that's a good point too. LAES is another pretty good quantum name because they're involved in post-quantum cryptography, which is definitely going to be useful in the future when we do end up getting quantum, whenever that may be. It popped a pill. What? Oh, that's a good joke. EDBL going, edibles going. Oh, this thing had a bit of a pop earlier this week, and then it came in, and now it's going again. You're saying 25% up? Yeah, that's moving.
Edible EDBL. I don't even see it on the scanner here. I can type it in though. Here is edible. Yeah, it is. Actually, watch that $5 level.
I wonder if that warrant holder exercise news had anything to do with today's price action. Not sure if it did or not.
RCAT appearing on the scanner. RCAT finally having a good day. Let's see if RCAT can get above this, 725, 750 area?
That's a good question, Pete. I don't have an answer for that. He's asking how long until we see. I talked to Tim Apple this morning. We worked it out from Trump.
Yeah, I think Pete's guess makes a lot of sense here. A minute after the market closes, right before a 3-day weekend. That to me seems about right on.
That's because we've seen the pattern established here, right? Because he's been doing that. That's he doesn't care about this market, but he'll tell us when to buy stock, and he'll tell us when not to. But maybe I don't think that there's going to be any announcement. I'd be surprised if there was. Not to say that there couldn't be, but I'd be surprised because I don't think this is going to get worked out anytime soon. Yeah, I saw that ADBL had some news earlier. I just don't know if, and they also had some big Wednesday news with regard to the warrants, and that was what was also setting it up earlier this week too. Had some good news this week. Lots of two back-to-back high volume days.
LTRY maybe if it takes out that VWAP.
Yeah, I've been, that's kind of the thing I've been reading too, is that there's, some members of the EU that are just, making this whole tariff process just a big problem while others are on board with things. So, Yeah, the European Union is going to probably be very, very difficult, and as you put it, complicated to get through this with the tariff trade on them. Absolutely.
Wow, devs, what a rip here. This is a penny stock dev stream. Some of you guys were trading this not long ago. That's ripping here. How about some of those other ones? SLDP, was that one of them?
Yeah, Des
Solid
was
Power.
moving,
Yeah, this kept going.
this was moving earlier this month, Debs.
SLDP is at a spot here. This is definitely a critical level here. If it goes higher here, I think that probably puts 2 in play.
Yeah, Debs was moving on earnings last week, so that's why we're getting that price action then. I don't know about now. All right. Looks like some of these nuclear names are starting to give it a little bit of a pull.
Quantum names to the highs.
I hate to, I don't want to make a prediction here, but man, SIDA is looking like it's trying to set up to move higher. Just doesn't really seem to have the volume, but if it gets that expansion, I think it goes through 7 and maybe even up to some of these pre-market levels. All right, X is winning. Let's go Steel. So what's going on with that? Are they not going to, is the merger not going to happen? What's going on with X here? National Security Panel divided on Nippon Steel's bid for U.S. Steel. Majority say risk can be addressed. So I guess what's the bull case here? Are we looking for this to be taken over or not? Because my understanding is that that'd probably be a big national security issue for the U.S. if it was taken over. I don't know about the how the stock would trade if it was taken over. Maybe it trades better. I'm not sure.
Rahman, dude, we did get the bounce that we were looking for, but we didn't get the entry that we were looking for. Remember what Tuna told us this morning. It's all about entry. Here's a trend line. Let's see if we get above it. Ivan's saying, will we sell off before the close or will we rip? Well, Ivan, we've already sold off. Haven't we? We sold off in the pre-market here today.
Yeah, but let me take a look at something because I want to get a little bit of a better answer than what I'm thinking right now. Okay, so what did we do? What have we been doing this week with regards to the open? Have we been opening and then selling off only to recover and go higher and then sell at the end of the day? Yeah, that's kind of what's been happening this week. We open, we kind of dip out the open, we recover. Sometimes we go lower, sometimes we go higher, but we always end up having some kind of a sell-off towards the end of the day. So I think that, yeah, there could be, if we continue to go up, there could be another sell program that comes in towards the last 60 minutes of the day and just starts pulling the market down. I could totally see that. You got you're an X Wisdom. So what's I mean maybe you typed it and I missed it, but what's your take here on Wisdom and the Nippon Steel acquisition? Do you think that goes through? Do you think it's good if it goes through? What's your thought? I'm curious. Folks are mentioning Palantir.
Is it falling? I see people mentioning a triple bottom. I haven't talked about a bottom in Palantir in forever.
Well,
they think this is what they're referring to, though, this 120 area. Dan, it does look like 120 has provided support here. Yes.
What time frame?
5 minute.
Triple bottom on the 5 minute. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So it's over several days is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that could be.
It looks like it because it almost feels like a round 120 number. So.
Well, I'll tell you what, it looks like about 124.5 is going to be a resistance area. I'm looking at this from Wednesday. That was kind of the pre-market low. And now that we're fast forwarding to today, we're coming up to that very same low level, which has provided resistance in the pre-market today. So I think that 2450 area is one to watch for. Whether or not we break through, couldn't tell you. But it looks like we're still in a bit of a downtrend. Off the highs from yesterday. and that 124.5 level is also helping with that resistance. So if we can break through this trend, I think we also break that 124.5. All right.
Sorry, I'm taking care of something here on the side.
Does market close at 1 p.m. today?
No, it is a full day today.
I think fixed income markets close early. Let me double check that for you.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, let me go back here real quick. Sorry, I'm doing like 85 things here right now, which is no good, and also no good for trading, by the way.
Yes, Memorial Day looks like fixed income closes at 2 p.m. Eastern.
So the bond market, what was it that you just said?
Fixed income?
Fixed income. Okay, so that closes early here today, but not the equity market. Okay. Right. So this INM, I did it again. IMNN move looks like this trend line that we put on here. This is going to be good. It's got to break out of this, and it's really got to hold that $1 level. We'll see if we get it.
MLGO.
No, you're definitely not crazy. This isn't a downtrend, Ramon. That's not even guaranteed that it's going to hold. Sorry, 13. Didn't mean to run you over there.
No problem. MLGO, this thing after we got to that trend line just nose dove. Down to 197 was the low. Forgot who was trading that. But if you ended up taking that trade and getting out before all this downside, good job. All right, Wisdom, you're saying, I want to stay, I am long, but if it makes me money and doesn't hurt the country, I want it. But it's so out of touch to me. Every day they change like the weather. But if they go forward with it, I will stay regardless. Okay, thank you. SPY rocketed off VWAP, which, let me see here. I need to go to a chart that actually has my VWAP on it. Well, to me, on a 5-minute chart, it looks like we did lose VWAP on that big down move this morning, and we captured it shortly out of the open, and we've been mostly above it for the morning. Right now, we're at the 65 EMA that we're trying to get back through. I had some levels on this about where I was looking at 580, which is not too far away now. We're really close to 580. Wisdom is saying he selects desktop metals as well.
That's DM, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No.
I thought the DM was desktop metals, unless they changed the ticker.
That's Dominion Energy. What's desktop metals here? I still like DM as well. DM is Dominion Energy Midstream Partners.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So Wisdom, you're pretty bullish on this, then it seems. CF Horseman saying, I was looking at SPY bounce view about 15-minute now high of session on the same candle. Let me look at that time frame.
SPY still holding above that 200-day, but 578 here.
I got you. I see what you're saying now. I got that exactly. Yes, really good bounce on this current candle, this 15-minute candle off the VWAP. I see exactly what you're talking about now. Great job. All right.
Solar Edge, this interesting. This is coming back. Mark covered this as one of the solar names that got destroyed. I wonder if the rest of them are doing that. Run coming back here a little bit. FSLR, how's that doing? And then Enphase is what we're going to check next. FSLR, as mentioned, this came back yesterday. I'd still watch this 162 area if it can get back up there. EMPH is going to be the other one. EMPH, all these solar names having a little bit of a rebound here today.
Yeah, I thought that DM was desktop metal. Maybe they got acquired. Isn't that what happened? Let me just double check here. I'll find out for myself.
I'm telling you that there's no ticker for DM here. Okay.
There used to be.
Which is weird, though. It might just be in pro because, no, desktop metal. Yeah, no, this April 1st is the last day of
Nano Dimension acquired a Desktop Metal. That's why there's no ticker. So
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure.
If you want to play Desktop Metal, you needed to play ticker NNDM.
NNDM.
Yeah.
There, that's what it is.
Right now. There you go. So scan that barcode if you like.
Yeah. Good luck. Thank you, day trader. Amazon, nice trade there, Izzy. You know, I'll tell you what, Amazon is really kind of shown that this is a pretty decent buy, a stock to buy when we get some of these tariff pullbacks.
Which one did you say?
Amazon, AMZN. It pulled in the pre-market here. Basically, didn't go red green yet, but might still. Just traded right up out of the open on that.
I don't even know if I want to get into this, but you know that streaming platform Twitch that's owned by Amazon?
Yes.
That's running into a lot of challenges. Not a big revenue grower for Amazon. It brings in about $2 billion a year, but if something happens where advertisers leave this platform, that could give the Amazon stock a bit of a pull down. And IMNN, this is back up through the VWAP, looking to take out 140. That's kind of been the where most of these highs this morning have been approaching. Oh yeah, Jay Rice, good mention there on Spotify and Netflix, non-tariff names. Although, how's that going to work with Netflix making content if they're not doing it in the U.S.? Isn't that supposed to be tariffed or to somehow? Didn't Trump say he wanted movies made in the United States? So if they film outside the United States, could Netflix be a potential tariff problem?
I still think it's fairly insulated, don't you?
It's more than a lot of these other companies like Paramount and Warner Brothers Discovery. Absolutely.
I think someone asked about Spot earlier.
Yes, somebody did. And I'm sorry we didn't get to it then.
Yeah, I'm sorry we didn't get to that either. We had a lot here. I'll be honest, Spot to me, this seems like 700 is coming.
Yeah, I had a nice bounce spot at 620.
I'm willing to bet that we actually take out this 666 high and go to 700 or thereabouts.
It's been having
Spotify.
A pretty good ride on the 20-day SMA so far since April. Every time we've since we moved back up here, since April up until now, it's been getting some support from that 20-day SMA. So did it happen again today? Now we need to see this move up and off of it, back up towards 700. Yeah.
It was Annie that asked. Annie Hilario. Love that name, by the way.
But yeah, and even if we do get a recession, I still think Spot and Netflix could be really good recession plays.
Me too. I've got I was thinking about this the other day. I have 4 or 5 subscriptions that I would cancel before I even think about canceling Spotify.
Wait, hold on a second, Wisdom. I'm sorry. Did you were you holding? Oh, perfect. Were you holding Desktop Metal and you're just? I'm not trying to be a jerk, but you're just now seeing that Nano Dimension acquired it. I'm just curious.
Sounds like you're not checking your own port enough.
Well, it's a strange because I guess how are you taking profits if it's no longer being able to be traded, or did you end up getting Nano Dimension stock as a result? Let me know what happened here. I'm a little confused. Yeah, well, data trader. My wife uses Spotify, but I personally don't. I just, I have my own library of music I like to listen to. I don't care for all.
Yeah, so you have a library. Is that on just a local machine? What do you do if you travel around?
I put it on like a USB drive.
Okay, so you basically take it with you. Day trader, how about you? Do you use a competitor like Apple Music or something like that? Who spots subscription as opposed to the free version? Oh, are you asking me why I would pay? I'll tell you, very, very simple. I cannot stand ads. I cannot stand either a song or a podcast being interrupted by an ad. Even the ones that like Rogan puts in, like embedded within the pod itself, those are annoying and I often skip them. To me, paying $10 or whatever it is to never hear those is well worth it. Apple Music, yeah. See, I would imagine Spotify goes to the chopping block if you have other music streaming services, or you just don't even have it.
Oh wow. Okay, wisdom. Well, there you go. Yeah, I take those profits, I guess. So yeah, he had that stuff in his portfolio. That's awesome. That's a hey, happy Memorial Day.
I use YouTube for music, works well for me. I do that when I'm at home, Trout Bum. Like I'll put YouTube because my laptop Bluetooths into my speakers that I can play in my home. I do that all the time.
As a matter of fact, that's true. I use YouTube to when I go into my gym I just stream it from there. It's just easier.
Yeah.
Ramen is saying I'm stuck in 2010. Actually, I'm stuck in 2000 and basically 2000. I'm still on that Napster thing.
Yo, Ramen, he still has kickwares and Jinkos. I promise you, he's living it up from back then.
Now, here's an interesting thing that I heard yesterday from one of the people I was talking to online is that they use Spotify and they have the premium version where you're not supposed to hear ads. They heard an ad.
Well, see, this is what I was saying. Look at QUBT, by the way. Look at the quantum names. So I still have a mini disc player too, Day Trader. I'm not sure it works, but I kept it because it reminded me of Mission Impossible and the knock list, but that's another thing. Now I just got sidetracked. Oh, the ad in Spotify. So like Spotify ads that get like overlaid over the music or the pod that I'm listening to, that I don't get, but a lot of these pods actually embed ads within the pod itself. And I still hear those. I'm wondering if that's what the user said.
Maybe. I don't know. But
I'm not even kidding, Day Trader. I literally kept the mini disc because I was like, these look like CIA like CDs that have data on them, and I'll just keep them for the hell of it. Literally the only reason. I don't even think the thing works. The uranium energy names, these are actually still pretty good. Look at Oklo.
Yep.
And here NNE still on there. NNE just put in a new high. Good Lord.
Yep. Yeah, Jay's been on and I think he's doing really well. Lottery trying to recapture VWAP, so maybe there's some more movement there coming.
Yeah, they are doing that, right? Pete, everyone is getting around the ad thing by embedding their own ads elsewhere. Doesn't matter if it's Spotify, YouTube. YouTube's the worst for this. Yeah, they really are. I'll tell you something else. Ever since that uBlock origin being removed from the Google, that has forced me to watch more ads, and I am not happy about it.
I have a Sony Walkman, says Izzy. I'm trying to think of what data technology I have that I still use. Give me a bit. I'll come up with it because I know there's something out there.
Jane's got you beat. I proudly still have a landline. Jane's got you beat. Ryan comments are fed from Tory. Dragon Slacker, I have no idea what you mean. You have not made a lot of sense today. I wonder if you got up and started huffing glue today, my man.
Dial it back, you guys. CEP back over.
What's a landline?
So you Gen Zers might not know what these things are. And I know that you guys have come up with this idea because I remember seeing some kind of reel or TikTok recently about, hey, this great idea for a line that everybody in the house can use. I don't know if you saw that or not. I thought that was hilarious.
I'm sorry. I was too busy rolling my eyes back so far I couldn't even see because of Big Abeez's comment here. Yo, Winamp.
Oh,
You remember skinning
really
Winamp? You remember downloading skins for Winamp? Oh my God.
And the visualizations that go along with the music.
Oh my God. The nostalgia vibes are literally wrecking me right now. Like I feel warm from nostalgia memories. Like this is crazy.
You ready? Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass.
Yes. Oh my God. Okay, someone needs to help get this back on track. Winamp, dude. Look at the OG love for Winamp. Look at the OG love here for Winamp. Let's go. MP3,
great.
baby. Yes.
It was great. Yeah.
Oh,
it was
God.
It was the best.
And then the iPod came out, and I pirated everything into iTunes, and then I took all my friends in college. I took all their iTunes libraries. Oh, my God. This is so good.
Yeah, the CP, that's approaching some of these pre-market highs. 5120 area is about where that resistance came in. That actually, all the way back from yesterday too. Did get as high as 53. It on the CEP did, but this still trying to move up to that 52 area this morning, after selling off into the open.
This trading day is so dead. We are overcooking 13.
On the music
choices.
My music choices. I haven't even told you about what
Kazaa, Napster, LimeWire, dude. The nostalgia is real today, folks. This is a nostalgia Friday. Forget a Freaky Friday. Good Lord.
I have my entire library from those days still, and it's robust.
You know what? I probably so here's the thing. So I am a bit paranoid in some. I'm sure you all will be shocked. A lot of the times when I get rid of old computers and I take them to the electronic recycling place, I yank the hard drives out of them and I demagnetize them myself, or I keep them. And I'm sure one of my spare hard drives that's collecting dust in a crate in a closet has all of that music from back then. And I just part of me wants to get it, but part of me is like, don't waste your time, go play golf. So I'm sure I have that somewhere. My real name is Lars Ulrich, and I'm suing all of you. Oh, Pete. Fairchild's pissed at you, Pete. PMAX, the China penny stock smoked tuna, it's going for the highs. 60's your breakout spot there. No Bitcoin on your hard drive? No. Nope. I liquidated my Bitcoin and turned it into a BMW.
That should be your license plate then, Bitcoin.
So where's Fahad from yesterday? Because I shared that F your puts idea with a couple of my friends at work, and they lost it. One of them said, you have to do that. If it's available, you have to do that. My biggest problem is that when I actually get the plate, it's going to look compressed and it's going to look like furputs. And no one's going to get it.
Are we starting to get all the space names on a run now too? Seems like they're starting to get a big lift. Look at Redwire. That just out of nowhere just had a big move from 1263 to over 13. I'm going to look at Rocket Lab next. Not getting going here. Maybe this Redwire has some news then. Yes, they got a contract. No, that was yesterday. So don't know why we're getting this big move here in Redwire, but this is one of the ones I like. I like Redwire. I like Rocket Lab. Okay, I'll take it, Wisdom, and I'll cook it, I'll eat it, and I'll drink it. I'll do all that.
I mean, you're getting Wisdom, Visit, Steak, and Bourbon. That sounds like 3 positives.
Yeah.
Yo, Robert, how you been, bro?
Hey,
how you been, bro?
Looking at Snowflake, huh? They had earnings, price targets raised. Looking nice.
Rahman, you just messed me up. IMNN is the actual ticker.
Good things coming through. That's true.
Folks, just to remind you, we got plenty of time yet here, but we got a full slate for you here today. We got Anne Marie coming up at 11. We got Sandy coming up at 11:30. So we are going to take you all the way to the noon hour here today. Plenty of stuff to do. The only thing we're missing today is the guy harassing Ryan in tights. Well, that guy is here, but he is busy doing something else. He has got 13 in his sights here today.
Yep. He's trying to find the weakness. Snowflake actually went right up to the Did I draw this trend line? Okay, so go to Snowflake if you could.
Yep. Do you want the bigger chart? Will the small chart suffice? What do you want here?
Daily.
So we're going to go to the bigger chart if you're going to look at a daily here. Let me do that here real quick. Chart tools, Snowflake, SNOW, boom, boom, boom.
Okay, so
here's your daily chart, 13.
Notice that we're kind of ever since we had this gap up on November 21st, we've been kind of broadening the price action. So I drew a trend line on the bottom and top sides of this price action following that day. So from the 21st down through April 7th, that's the bottom side of the wedge. The top side is about December 4th through the February 18th high. Keep drawing that. We just kind of tested that level today. So getting a bit of broadening price action here with snow. If we don't break through this here, and I guess we do come back down to 180s. Did you catch the broadening price action?
Are you asking me? Sorry, I was trying to do something else while you were covering that.
Oh, just draw a trend line from the December 4th high through the February 18th high and just keep it going. We hit that trend line today. It's pretty much where those head and shoulders are.
Wait, the February what high? This?
February.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
December 4th through February.
Yeah, this uptrend line. This is what you're looking at. There you go. There you go. Got you.
I'm the new spanking doll. Hey, look, don't you threaten me with a good time.
Whoa. We gotta make sure that we don't get thrown off here before Friday ends. All right, let's simmer down. Just a tad.
Perfect. Robert, so you're looking at that too. And so this area that we're at here right now, where we're testing this trend line, this is a little concerning to me because we've run up here over a good period of time. We're at 80 RSI. Seems like it's pretty overcooked. I think this might have to come back in, and if it does, I'd be looking at the 180, the entire about 180 area to where we might find that support. See, CA person. You guys. Anyway, how do you all feel about GDHG? Ask Jennifer. Let's take a look at that.
GD, isn't that junky Chinese name?
Golden Heaven.
Yeah.
Holdings.
Yeah. I feel very skeptical about this one. I'll let you give a serious answer here, 13. But GDHD, I would be running for the hills here. This is not one that I'd be playing. Go off, King.
This can't be right, is it? I mean, this must have done a recent reverse split because that yes, it did. 25 for 1 reverse split effective May 9th. So that already happened. I'd be curious if this has a low cash position because it seems like they're going through the motions of recompliance, where they have to do reverse splits, raise capital, and then kind of go through that whole process over and over again in order to stay listed on the exchange. This is it looks like this is a recreational parks company. I can't imagine that it's really doing that well given the state of the economy in China right now. So I would think that, and I don't have a real strong financial read on this company at all. Let me look at the chart. Maybe I can draw some from there. Oh, wow, look at this. It's completely flatlined. Maybe there's a bounce coming because it's just, starting to get to the point where it might approach being oversold. But this thing has just been going down, down, down. And I don't feel like there's really a whole lot here. Maybe one day you get this wild pump job like it did last or back in March that took it up to $130. I don't think there's really anything great here at all. I don't have enough on this company to know anything about it other than it's not doing well and it's in the recreational parks space, and that China's economy is not doing well. So for me, I'd say this is a stay away. Maybe if you do get down to an extremely low RSI, there's a good bounce play coming, but I don't think you're going to be seeing any of these double-digit prices for some time, if at all.
China fraud company.
Yeah,
I like how Jay put it there.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice, but yes, I believe that's what the case is.
Yeah, that Jay waved bye-bye to that a long time ago. He'll tell you how it is.
Yep. Not a good one.
Take care of yourself, Sergeant Sexy. Keep being sexy.
Yep. Have a sexy weekend.
Take that.
All right. Looks like some of these nuclear names may be setting up for their next move up. It looks like Oklo, at the very least, could potentially do that. Just need to see an expansion of the volume here. If we don't get that, then I think we're going to lose VWAP. We just have these setups that look like they could get going here. Maybe not so much NNE. That seems to be sort of rolling over here. Volume's not great on that one either. What is it? Oh, we're already past that 1030 marker where volume is going to leave an already dead market anyway. So might not have some good price action for much of the day here. Oh, look, CEP did pop up to 52. How about that? And it came right back.
Yeah,
in.
it did.
How about that?
Robert mentioning that he likes the flows in Okta. I don't see a whole lot here. Robert, were there anything that stood out to you? Is there a particular level that it looks like they're going for on Okta? You know, someone else mentioned this. Who was it? It wasn't Redler. Oh man, someone else mentioned Okta recently. I can't place it. Oh, I can't remember. You can't buy these nuke names up here. I wouldn't chase that either, Jay. I've been trying to get people to stay away from that.
No, I think the best opportunity you had for a trade was out at the open with a lot of these.
And Daniel, I think, is hitting on something here that I've also been kind of on here. I advise not trading the afternoon. The volume would be horrendous. I kind of think the volume's really going to dry up ahead of this 3-day weekend too. I really do.
Master, that's hey, that's great that you had no trade today because you're just exercising some of your rules, some of your discipline. It didn't look great to you today. Don't take any trades and try to trade hope. You're going to go into the weekend, perfectly fine, and you'll come back here on Tuesday. We'll trade
ready to assess. Yeah, clean slate, ready to assess. I love it. I love the idea.
I personally haven't traded much at all today either.
Me either.
That's fine. Everybody else is picking some big gains in these nuclear names. Get it. I missed that opportunity out of the open. Yeah,
I wasn't in any of those either. My buddy that told me about LAES, boy, oh boy, do I owe him an apology. He was right about that. Shorts covering CoreWeave before the weekend. We talked a little bit about this. Maybe CoreWeave is in its down phase here. I almost wonder if this can't get above this 110 on CoreWeave, 109, 110. I think maybe we do have some more downside early next week. We'll see. Kevin, take care of yourself, man. Have a great weekend. Really enjoy your participation. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, take care. And I'll get to that in just a second, Wes. I just want to mention something here with Okta. They have earnings on Tuesday, so there might be some folks that are trying to play that. It is after the market closed, so you still have an opportunity to buy into it during the session on Tuesday. But there might be some folks taking positions early on this. You also have some price target raises that happened here yesterday and today that think it's worth 140, 150. So maybe this does have something to look forward to, but I don't want to buy this up here after it's gone on a nice run.
Rahman saying, Ryan, James said you need to buy solar. Ask James if he ever sold calls against his TLT for me, and then wink at him for me.
Now, INEO, Eniova Holdings. What does this one do? This is a distributor, Singapore-based provider. Oh, this is the one from we looked at earlier.
Yeah, this was off the list. With
regard to the automobile parts that I was wondering if I thought we had some kind of news on tariffs. My thought on this one was that there might have been some announcement on tariffs, and I think Pete had posted it earlier about what that was. So it seems that if there were being tariffs levied against some of these manufacturers where some of these parts come from, that a company like this would take that as a positive since their competitors are getting hit. That would be my thought on that. I don't have a whole lot of information beyond that because there wasn't a whole lot of tariff news on that. That would be the only thing that I can think of why this would be moving. I might be wrong about that, but that's just what I'm thinking.
Matthew, great trading. Great having you here, man. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll catch up with you next week. We'll be ready for another week next week. You know, GME, I didn't get to this, Izzy, here. I'm glad you're mentioning this. I'm not surprised. This is actually moving higher here. I never got to the GME story. This is what we have here, though. Really quick here. Back in February, GME popped on the Ryan Cohn photo with Michael Saylor. So it seems to me that the move here in GME is somewhat related to Bitcoin trading up here. GME might be trying to change around how they do things here with Bitcoin. Here, I'm sorry I didn't cover this here earlier. Here's the story in case you want to take a look at it.
Wall Street Bets Redditor says he dropped 100K into United Health after selling his house without telling his wife. Hold my beer. So basically, folks, if you're married, you should probably talk to your spouse about financial decisions such as that.
Did he put it in before it dropped?
I didn't. I'm just reading the headline.
I was going to say, because if he put it in right here at 258 and sold here at 322, he's taking her on a nice vacation.
Yeah, I'd have to read through the rest of this article, but I'm just trying to say, speak to your spouse about big financial decisions. Don't create two risks for yourself.
Don't create two risks. That's well said. That is well said. 13. Let's go.
All right. So I was going to look at something with GME because that strategy news was interesting. Does GameStop own any Bitcoin? GameStop now has 1.5 billion to splurge on a Bitcoin reserve after private offering. So they have invested in Bitcoin, apparently, from what this is telling me. That was in March 2025. They approved to update the investment policy to add Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset. So GameStop's one of those companies that has a Bitcoin treasury.
Yeah. But the thing is that I think if the CEO or whatever, the head of GME is talking to Saylor about it, there might be a little bit more stickiness on that catalyst. We'll see.
Okay.
Okta's pronounced Okta.
Okta.
Okay. Sorry about that.
When I think of the way that's supposed to be, because I would think OCTA, but I guess it's close enough, right? Same.
You know what? I look at that and I immediately think of okra, the vegetable. And that might be why I said that, or why I say that.
Probably. That would make sense.
Paul says, I know a guy that mortgaged his house to buy Bitcoin at an early time and ended up making $30 million.
Okay, so he still has a house now.
Yeah, and probably still has a wife too.
Yeah.
He can retire. That's insane. That's insane. Mortgaging your house to put it on a speculative asset. Gotta say, that's not a move in my playbook, folks. We'll ask Anne Marie if she's ever done something like that. We'll see what we get.
Every public company become a Bitcoin mine. Expect to buy fractional Bitcoin at McDonald's near you, or pay for your Happy Meal at McDonald's near you.
Ever since the guy that bought 2 pizzas with Bitcoin, that story's been circulated around the globe thrice. There's no way I'm buying food with Bitcoin, because if 10 years down the road I become a meme, I'm going to be none too pleased about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy my Happy Meal with gold, so probably not going to do it with Bitcoin.
That's going to ruffle some feathers. You just compared gold to Bitcoin.
Oh no!
How did Autodesk end up finishing up here today? Well, I guess the finishing up, that's okay. So it gave all of its earnings pop back here.
Zach Van Dusen was asking, what do you all think for HK Long? Let me see here.
I mean, they make good firearms, but I don't think that's what you're asking about.
Yeah, unless you're asking if you're a Heckler and Koch.
HK Long, what?
Or Hong Kong? Is that what you're asking? I don't know about HK as a ticker. If you're referring to Hong Kong, I'm not too optimistic right now, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to answer that. Helmerich Paint. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Oh, HP.
Oh, well, gosh, why didn't you say so?
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, this thing's gone down. I'd say your support's going to probably be around $13.
Oh, this is a Mark Petrino chart if I've ever seen one, folks. 1340 is going to be your support here. It's at 15. I mean, we are pretty. I think the stock tests this level, don't you? I mean, this goes all the way back to this is the COVID low.
I like 13, not because it's my handle, just because it's that's the price that I'm looking at here back from 2020. That's where we hit it twice, just under $13.
Pete here giving you one side of this. I love everyone buying gold and Bitcoin at tulip level highs. It may not end well at some point in the not so distant future. The other side of that, remember, there was an analyst who got paid lots of money that said, yeah, the implications of Netflix are overblown and Blockbuster is going to be fine. So I'm just saying this can go either way here, Pete. Besant at 11:30. This is a good mention here.
Great.
This might be market moving.
Yes.
I'll be on the practice screen.
And Zach Van Dusen mentioning that HP it's got a 6.4% dividend yield. So when it comes to something like that, which is attractive to me, and I'd want to look more into this because those are the kinds of stocks I hold for a long time. Are they going to be able to continue paying that dividend? What's their dividend growth going to be like over the next 3 years? Things like that. So without looking into this, I don't know, but to me it looks like this has not lost its trajectory to the downside yet. So I still think $13 is probably going to end up happening at some point soon.
ONDS made the relative volume scanner on a day with no news. Has a pretty clear uptrend here, I would say. ONDS on the relative volume scanner. Okay, I will take that. All right, 13. It is about that time to move over to Anne-Marie here. Any closing words for the group on this very fun week?
Yes, it's been a fantastic week, and we're going to have a fantastic weekend. I hope everybody enjoys their Memorial Day weekend. Thank a veteran or while you're at it. I know that we're not, memorializing them yet. Veterans Day comes up later, but thank your service members. And we'll see everybody on Tuesday. Have a good time with Anne-Marie. I'll see you then. Take care, everybody. Have a good weekend.
I will reiterate that, 13. Thank you to everyone that has served, both here and in the past. 13, have a great weekend, man. Appreciate you. 13's departure leaves room for Anne-Marie. Let's see how she's doing. Anne-Marie, I'm going to start off here with a hot one. Have you ever mortgaged a property to buy a speculative asset? I think you're muted. But the head shake said it all. Yep, definitely have some type of mic mute going on here. It's not a StreamYard.
Yes, I did. I did. My daughter's dog began to bark, and so I had to.
You did mute, right? You didn't remortgage the house and put it in the big.
Yes, okay. I just don't have the guts for that.
Neither do I. Join the club. Neither do I. Okay, what do you got for us here today? It looks like Okta, if I'm going to say it correctly here. It looks like you've got that pulled up. What do you see in here?
So this is a pretty interesting stock in terms of its broad motion. Let's go wide angle and see what it's doing. It had a tremendous run up during the COVID event, and ever since then, it's just been basing literally for almost 3 years, right? So this base breakout could be a pretty good signal for the long action. It would be nice for it to come back and retest 113. I'm going to put an alert there for my Benzinga Pro guys and gals. When that triggers, we'll be looking at that for a longer position. That actually might occur with the earnings on the horizon. Notice a couple of interesting things. We still have a fair bit of positive momentum. The SMI also still moving. The Webby RSI still very positive. It's suggesting to me that pullbacks are buy zones simply because it's been in a 3-year base. So the question is, do we take this trade before the earnings or after the earnings?
You were actually literally reading my mind there. That was impressive.
Thank you. I feel like channeling with you is a good thing. So if I were thinking conservatively, particularly, hey, listen, we have a long weekend. We have what, Baiynd coming at 11:30 today,
Yep.
and we've got Powell speaking on Sunday in the afternoon. Did you see that on the schedule?
No, I didn't. And actually, my producer does a really good job of lining up the Fed speeches, and he missed this one. So I'll have a talk with him in the whip.
Weird.
Yeah. So
Super
you know
weird.
what else is weird about that, Anne-Marie, is that it's on a Sunday where the market is also closed on Monday.
Yes. Super weird. I don't remember a time since I started paying attention to the Fed that I saw him on the schedule on a Sunday.
Okay.
So my suspicion would be wait until after earnings. Now, that being said, if he comes out and says something and the markets go woohoo, we'll miss that.
So I tried to call him out, but I might have been wrong. And he might have actually told me about this. And now he's got me wondering if I just made a big error there.
Oh my gosh.
I'm
He
like
just flashed
checking the
something on
thing.
the screen. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I got a good producer here. He's a good guy. Anyway.
Okay, so my thought would be, wait until after earnings. So let's take a look at what we have going on. And if this is a move that retests the base of this very solid area, if we've retested that, then that's going to be a nice long action event that should give us the range of the base, right? So if we're staring down this base event from this area and we think it's going to hold the higher low, that range is about 30 points wide, right? It's about 30 points wide. So we would expect a 30-point extension above 108. So that gives us 138. If that's where the trade bounces and then does not move above it, that's stranger danger for us for more long action in the near term. So we want to watch for that in a measured move. So let's see what the option chains tell us. The chains, 108% implied vol for. Do I need to make this bigger? Sam?
No, I can see it perfectly. Actually, it looks like you already did it here today.
Okay. All right. Great. So we've got 108% implied vol, $15 move, which puts us at 138. Ding, 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 ding. That's the top of the range I just measured.
Yeah, it sure is. It's almost like you planned that.
I actually didn't. Isn't that funny? I just looked at the eyeballs, and the eyeballs told me the vol that was the number, and the vol confirmed it. So that's fantastic. So we have 137 on the upside, and we have about 106. It's 108 on the downside. Okay, so if you're looking at that and you're thinking to yourself, maybe it'll need time for that. If you tried to do this on the 30th, it would be pretty expensive, but not that expensive. You just have to be quick or you're going to be dead. If it moves to the upside and we choose May 30th, it's a fair bit cheaper. So it feels like the skew is a little bit towards the put. There's more vol sitting in there. Yeah. So if you took both of them, it'd be about $250 less. If it goes all the way to the middle strike, it's about $750 less premium, less commissions. And so what I would do is essentially wait until these guys deliver, and then you get to choose one side, right? If it gaps down wait for the first spike up to fade it because it's going to go inside of the formation, excuse me. And if it gaps up, as long as it doesn't get to 135, let's say it gaps up and it sits at maybe 130, wait for the fade into maybe 125 or so, and then take the call spread to the upside to see what will happen. But this stock, if you're thinking to yourself, wait, listen, I don't even know what these guys do. I don't have the first clue. But if you're saying to yourself, I kind of like this, we can do a covered strangle from a long perspective. And so what a covered strangle says, hey, I believe in the stock, so you're going to buy it. You want to wait until after the earnings. You're going to buy it, and then you're going to sell two things. You're going to sell the at the money short call. Oops, sorry. At the money short call at 125. You're going to collect $26. That'll shave $26 off the price of the stock. And then I would sell, let's make sure. Let's go 65 to be nice and safe. See what it gives us. 153, it gives us another additional $153 for about, $27.50 cheaper. So you actually could get this if you took both of these. It would hold 7,000 of risk or margin, excuse me, and you'd have a really nice sweet space. If you wanted to try 70, it's literally smaller, though you could get it at the spread. Let's see what the mark gives us right here. Yeah, the mark gives us not a whole lot. See, because there's 410 and 124, I would try to sell this at, 270, 280, something like that. And then that would be, about $29 that you would have on this. And that would make, your stock at about, I don't know, what is that, 97?
Yeah, I was going to say 29 minus 23 there.
Something like
123,
that. Yeah. Okay. And that would be great if you like the stock long term. Notice we're taking it a year out. So this is something where if price stabilizes out of this base, you're going to have it on the cheap and you're going to be collecting premium over time. So this is where your money is actually working for you rather than you working for your money.
Okay, cool. Really quickly here, Okta is a cloud-based cybersecurity firm. I don't know if that plays into this at all for you, but
great. That's even better.
Okay, and then the other thing here is 13 really doing the digging for us here. It looks like Powell is going to be the guest speaker during the Princeton University Baccalaureate.
So he's not really saying much of anything.
I was going to say, someone earlier here, it was Joseph, probably by design, this suggests he's going to say something that he knows will crush the markets. Given the venue, I don't think that's going to be the case.
No, he's going to
put Princeton seniors to sleep.
Yeah, that one I thought was hilarious.
13 is a joker.
Okay, so let's take a look. I thought we could look at Autodesk, Oklo, and if we have time, we can look at Deckers. But I know
let's go. That sounds perfect to me. Yeah. That sounds perfect.
So let's take a look at ADSK. They had good earnings. I was listening to the show this morning, though I was being kind of quiet. Normally, I'm a little bit more chatty. But I was listening to the show this morning, and they had good guidance, but they've given back all of their move this morning. So the question is, why? What can we say technically might be the reason? Well, the first thing is 300 is a big fat round number, right? Second thing is, on the weekly chart, we had a gap down that was filled today. And so that gap down was from 302.46 to 300.17. And it went up and over and then faded. So what might we be actually doing? If we take a look at the wave formation, we've got a high and then a low, and then a lower high and a lower low, and then a lower high and then a lower low, and then all of a sudden we're moving out into the retracement of this big wave. So the question is, after earnings, does it make sense that they digest a little bit, fill in the gap potentially, and maybe even come back to the monthly opening candlestick before they bounce again? So there's really a two-way tape here. Continuation, it doesn't look bad, right? It's recovering, it's doing nicely, it's up over its 63, it's up over its 14. Let's look at a monthly chart just for grins. There's a fair bit of, some bigger size moving around here, but the monthly chart shows a little bit of price compression. We've got slightly lower highs and higher lows. So we're in price compression event. So that tells me we could ping pong here for a little bit, right? With this lower high here, we could fade, come back in and test that 261 to 280, or we could break right out over the edge. My suspicion is that that has a lot to do with how the broad market will move. It'll just tag along in that general direction. So now let's take a look quickly at momentum. What is momentum? It's bullish, but not great. It's above a downward moving tight average and above a flat to upward moving slower average. And so again, this tells me there's a likelihood of a retracement event. So I would be putting an alert somewhere around 275 to give me a nice bounce zone event. Again, I'll hold this for our Benzinga Pro guys. But if we're looking for the pullback that gives us upside movement, or we expect we're going to have a bigger upside press, let's see. Okay, so I got a bunch of choices here. First thing, I would say instead of taking both sides of a butterfly, mentally position what you think price action ought to do based on your general thought process. So vol pretty low, they're only looking for $20. So $20 puts us at about 310, 312 on the upside. It puts us at about 270 on the downside. That's why I built the butterflies in this particular way. What I would say is, see if the chart closes, if it comes into like 345 today and it's underneath 290, take the put side of the butterfly.
Okay.
Right? If it closes above 298 or it comes into 298, 315, set an alert. You can buy the call side of the butterfly.
Now,
no need to buy both.
Now, Anne-Marie, when we do this, sometimes when we talk about putting these butterfly trades out there, we talk about putting in a price and then kind of waiting for them to fill. Is this one where we would want to slap the ask in this case? And that is ask.
Yeah.
So
we
we
want
actually
to put the limit order in.
Okay, so we want to make sure that we get
Market.
filled in this one.
Yes. So
Okay.
we want to choose a market order to fill this one.
Okay, perfect. Now, another quick question here, and I don't want to spend too much time on it, but Edward is asking here, so you don't count the wick on a gap. This is a fundamental thing that I think we've talked about. When you're looking at gaps on a chart, does the wick count or not?
It depends where the wick is. If the wick is in the future, of course. If the wick is in the past, we have a close that represents a gap event, and the forward action, there's no print above 228. So it's where the wick is, right? If the wick is in the past, it's not full because you left here and into the next space, you've got yourself a wide open event. So if the wick is in the past, then no, it doesn't matter. If the wick is
Okay.
in the future, then it does matter. Right?
Okay, interesting.
Because
Yeah. The 13 here said, Edward, we're taught to consider gap fills between closes, but the wicks have
exactly.
been used as well. So that's well said.
Yeah. And that's, here's the thing about technical analysis. It's a shade of gray no matter where you look.
That's right.
There's no absolute. And that's why it gives a lot of people trouble, because essentially they want to be told,
Right.
where do I buy and sell?
And then if it doesn't work, it's like, well, can I trust this going forward? And it's like, it's a percentage thing. It's not going to work all the time.
Exactly. And the reason is because a lot of us have our own ideas about going in. And just like 13 said, somebody might be doing this analysis and they're using the wicks. So let's say they're a big trader and they're just, working on a portfolio, that's going to matter. So absolutely, it is all a shade of gray. The moment you go, hey, listen, I can do all the analysis I want, but in the end, it either works or it doesn't. And that's all there is to it.
Really good stuff there, and a great question there from Edward. Appreciate that. Okay, Emery, I didn't mean to stop your train of thought there, but that was great.
No problem at all. I love going off on those little
Me too.
rabbit trails because really that's where we end up learning.
Yep.
Right?
Bingo.
That's where we end up writing down things and going,
Bingo.
okay, I'm going to think that through. Thinking things through, so important. All right. So that's for the butterfly space. Don't take both, one or the other. Just set a price alert. If it goes for you, great. If it doesn't, no harm, no foul. The only thing we can manage as traders is risk. And so that's where we should focus on being the best at managing. So, which is why I would never, mortgage a home and buy speculative stock.
I like how we tied that back to the initial. That was good.
All right.
That was
So
good.
here's something else you can do. You can sell an iron condor right off the edges of the implied vol move, but you can do it in June, just in case the market goes a little bit bananas, because we have implied volexes all next week. We have negative delta, and we have negative gamma, and we have a lot of people buying puts. Something next week. No idea what it is. So if we think about
now, does the fact that it's a truncated week,
all right, let's say it fades.
Oh, sorry. I think we've got a connection issue here. I apologize about that. Do you think the fact that next week is a 4-day week versus a 5-day week, does that play into this at all?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah. So I put in June, the wiggles get out and it bounces yen. We're all in the clear. And then if you say to yourself, listen, law of Autodesk, I think things are going to bounce. There's a Powell put here. There's a Trump put here. There's something's on the horizon. There's the euro, kinds of things. Then you can go and use your dollar range 20 and go from 300 to 310 to 320 butterfly, really close, and you can get yourself less than the one holding June. But you also, if it moves like a rocket ship, you get paid a lot faster. So that would be it for Autodesk. Next one is Did I check, or we're going to do Aklo?
Folks, can you
Sorry.
hear, is it breaking up for
Yeah.
you at all? Anne-Marie, I think we've got a massive connection issue here. I think Aklo is the one that we should do next if you can hear me,
Oh,
but I don't know if you can.
yes. Okay. Whoops.
Yeah, Anne-Marie, it is really, really choppy here. So it looks like it's Anne-Marie's connection, no bueno. Okay. I don't know what we're going to be able to do about that. Anne-Marie, I think the computer is probably on Wi-Fi is my guess there. Yeah, folks, I don't even know if she can hear me.
Yeah.
I've got her.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I've got her totally frozen. Ugh, darn it. I will try slacking her. What time is it? We might have to go to Sandy early. Okay, and there she goes. We'll see if I'm going to give it a sec here and see if she joins back. If not, we'll go to Sandy here a little early. Sandy, thank you for being ready too. That is big time. All right, just give me another second here. We'll see if Anne-Marie comes back. I know we're kind of running out of time as it is. I was hoping to get Aklo in there. Let's see if the connection is any better here. We'll give it a shot. Anne-Marie, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. Looks like it's a little bit better. Yeah, we got massive connection issue. We can try to do Aklo here really fast, but if we drop again, I can always move to Sandy.
All right. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, Anne-Marie, I'm not sure if you can still hear me. I think that our connection's going to be just a little too too shaky here today to do this. So we're going to have to follow up with you next week. And I don't even know if she can hear me. I will apologize, folks, on Anne-Marie's behalf. We will see you next week here. Sorry about that. We're just dealing with some internet issues here. So, all right, Sandy, can I get a thumbs up? I want to make sure before I bring you on. Okay, how's your internet connection doing?
Let's hope it's doing good today.
Yeah, it's doing fine. No delay, no breaking up at all. Okay, what do you got?
No muted mic.
No muted mic. You're all good. What do you got coming up for us here?
Oh, we're going to take a look at some of the, typical market tickers, Amazon, Tesla, Shop, UNH. Take a look at the indices, talk about some indicators, and whatever else everybody wants to talk about.
Okay, sounds like we're going to have a full show. You've got a little bit of extra time here. If I won't see you before you sign off, so enjoy your holiday weekend. But folks, Trading Simple with Sandy starts right now.
Welcome back, traders. This is Sandra with Trading Made Simple. I'm here to show you short-term proven strategies. People think trading is a one-size-fit-all market. It's not. We live trade and train daily. Let's talk trading.
All right, guys, let's take a look at the charts. This is what it's looking like right now. So red across the board, right? And then we have just a couple little tiny green pockets, right? We got crowd, planter, INTU. You could really see, though, across the board, that tariff news coming across this morning, and everything just went to pot. So let's take a look at SPY as an example. We'll take a look at next week's expected move. Now, next week's expected move can sometimes give you kind of a forward-looking indicator to see what the market makers are identifying for movement for next week. Now, as an example, as we just kind of think about that, this visually is showing you that on this week particularly, right? So when we take a look at this week and we try to think about this indicator, and like Anne Marie said, you know, regardless of the charting analysis, and I would say also with indicators and everything else, all you need is a tweet, all you need is a news headline for all of that to just kind of crumble and fall, regardless of how much supporting confluence or evidence you have on the chart to lead you to believe that something is going to be taking place. So with that in mind, I just want to give you this visual example. As the market makers give us an expected move for the following week, you could kind of see that on this week right here, it looked like we were possibly going to go sideways based on what the market makers were showing with their expected move. Now, this indicator doesn't do anything special outside of just outline that expected move for a visual, so you don't have to draw the lines on the chart. So as we take a look at that, you could see that Monday, we completely gapped up. This is Monday right here. We completely gapped up on the 12th, and we surpassed that, right? So then here's Friday. Right here on this bar is Friday. You can see that the market makers from the previous week put their indicator or their expected move, their weekly expected move here. And you can see that we kind of went sideways and down. And now we're kind of hitting that 20 EMA, which is my favorite on all time frames. Very easy for me to identify where price is going. A lot of confluence with a lot of other indicators that I take a look at. And you can see that next week is kind of setting up to either go sideways or a little high, a little lower than where we are right now. Now, this indicator will do the calculation for the market maker's move for next week. And it actually does the calculation at the end of the trading day today. So tomorrow you'll actually get to see that. And of course, you need some room on the right-hand side. Let's talk about momentum. Why is momentum so important? Well, momentum drives price. So if momentum drives price, we need to be cognizant of that. What else do we need to be cognizant of? We're breaking that zero line, right? Momentum heading down as price is heading down. Now, I see that 20 EMA as some strong support, okay? So as we're taking a look at SPY, I see strong support here. 577 is a level, and it's a zone, so it's never exact. But the other important thing that I like to take a look at is the VIX. Now, the VIX last week went down to 18. And anything under 20, industry standard, anything under 20 typically, right, is showing you a typical market. When the VIX gets above 20, then we have more fear in the market. More fear causes whipsaw type of actions, not only in selling, but also in buying. And remember that there's a market mechanism behind all of these computers, that when there's a ton of puts on, and then all of a sudden something snaps and does a whipsaw, and all those people are driving to the exits to get out of those puts, it causes a market mechanism, causes a gamma squeeze, which then means that the market starts rising slowly but surely, getting all of those puts out of the market. And really, this is just a condition of when everybody's racing for the door. So keep that in mind next week if we get another little gap, because all we need is one little headline, right? That we're in negotiations with the EU on tariffs, and then all of a sudden, right, the market mechanism is going to snap back into place, and then you're going to have everybody heading for the door on their puts, and then what? Now, that is a scenario that could happen. We've seen it before, but if the news continues down this road, we can continue to see our market, right, start to deteriorate, the VIX start rising. So as we're in SPY, we're just taking a look at our weekly expected move. Let's take a look and see what the VIX is doing. Now, the VIX is actually a fear gauge, but you can identify this on a chart. So if you like to do charting analysis and you want to see what the VIX is doing, you could see that I have a label just so that I'm always cognizant of what the VIX is doing. I just want to be cognizant, is the VIX going up or down? Because it's a contrarian indicator to the market. Sometimes based on news events and what's happening with price action, we can start to get tunnel vision and not really see the entire picture. I think VIX is a really nice puzzle piece that is complementary, right, with whatever you're using on your chart, just to be cognizant of what's happening in the marketplace. So as I see VIX, right, we went up 8% today. The VIX is at 22. It's above 20. You could see where the VIX, right, since April 14, let's see, April 14 broke below the zero line. As the VIX is going down, the market tends to go up, okay? Fear goes down. People feel more confident getting back into the market, and that includes not only retail traders, of course. We don't even make, by the way, a bar on the chart. It's really all the institutional buyers and sellers. And those people who are managing money, they've already programmed into their computers what levels, right, they're going to be paying attention to when they want to take their money out of the market, sit on the sidelines, and wait for things to cool down, as an example. You could see that on April 14th, the VIX went lower, causing SPY to go higher or the marketplace to go higher. And look at here, guys. If you weren't paying attention to this yesterday, I was, but around the 21st, 22nd of May, we started to creep up. We broke above that zero line. Now, I have the wave. This is a proprietary indicator that we created. We also have another indicator that complements this called the bullseye. But this is actually modeled after the CCI. So you could go into Thinkorswim as an example, look up CCI. It's an old school indicator that I've always really enjoyed as an oscillator to show momentum. Everyone has, you know, trading is subjective. You're going to like your own tools, your own methods. This one's my favorite. I think it complements the other things that I use quite well. And so take a look at it. If you haven't seen it, it's free on Thinkorswim and most platforms. So the CCI really showing you now all of a sudden that the VIX, a contrary you know, an opposite indicator than what the market is doing, is going up. And so with that in mind, you want to see if the VIX continues on a strong slope, or is it going to level out and break down again? Could you set an alert for the CCI when the VIX crosses below the zero line? Yes, you can. And that just might help you not stay so. Sometimes when you become a sniper, you know, all you see is the target. And sometimes when your vision is that narrow, you don't see these other little indicators that could really tell you that there is going to be a trend change. This is one of those, I think, that can really help you out. So take a look at it if you haven't already used it. And then let's get over to the QQQs. We already kind of saw, you know, really quick, if we use Market Watch, you could kind of see what's kind of going on, not only in the NASDAQ. Here's the Russell, S&P 100, S&P 500. And where do we have some green here? Industrials, little bit consumer staples. Even healthcare is down. Everything pretty much across the board doesn't look very good right now. So with that in mind, a lot of puts being on the books is what I call it. And so with that, we just want to be cognizant of what's taking place. So as we take a look at where the Qs are, you can see that the Qs actually for next week also looking like SPY. Qs a little farther away, right, than SPY is from their 20 EMA. And look how the Qs haven't really broken that zero line yet. So interesting to see what's going to happen next week. Could be a lot of shenanigans. I always say, as soon as VIX is over 20, lots of shenanigans. You're going to have to be quick on your feet to get across, you know, the tracks, right? You're going to need to be, these are quick moves. That is why, you know, as swing traders, really when the volatility is high, option traders love to do day trades because of these types of quick moves that happen from day to day. So really, you know, a lot of the time you just want to take advantage of that volatility, that momentum. You could see right now the ticks, right? So we have positive buying right here in the marketplace. Let's take a look at that all of a sudden. 800 ticks. Typically speaking, let's get to a smaller time period just to take a look at this on a day trade here. Looks like we may end up doing a gap fill, right? This shaded area is the gap that we created from the overnight action. And so now you can see that we're possibly doing a gap fill. So what's happening? All those puts that don't, right, that saw this as a resistance is being broken. They probably don't want to stay in their trade. So some of those puts are going to be closing out. The closing out of those puts is going to cause what? The market makers to hedge their position. And in doing that, they will sell puts, which causes the market to go up, and also buy SPY, as an example, buy the shares to create, right, a kind of a negative or a zero delta. They need to stay delta neutral while all of our trades are happening. A lot of people don't think about like what's happening in the background as these trades start turning around. But just like with any marketplace, you're going to have this overflow. And these are some of the market conditions that you just need to be aware of. It doesn't necessarily mean that the market is changing, the environment is changing, but all we need is a news event. Oh, somebody just mentioned IV crush. Excellent. Yeah, the IV crush, right? So as we see, the volatility, that's a perfect example of, some of the things that happen behind the scenes that you're not really paying attention to when you're just reading price action. And I loved what Anne Marie said about, you could be the best technical analysis. But again, all you need is a tweet or a news event, and that just throws everything that you analyzed right out the window. So let's see what happens next week. We did see the marketplace actually do some buying. Whenever you see the ticks, now could you use the ticks as well? I love, when I was a day trader, I just loved using the ticks. I'm more of a swing trader now, unless volatility is high. But when you use the ticks, I have a label for this, but typically speaking, whether you have a positive tick value of over about 300 or a negative tick value over about 300, you could really start to see some movement, some candle action, some price action actually occur. So I do like to take a look at the ticks to see what's going on. The outlier in the ticks, whether it be positive or negative, right, is that 1,000 mark. So when you see, selling, and that's what the tick represents. Are people buying or selling? What is actually taking place in the market? Is there more buying than there is selling, or more selling than there is buying? And then that is the, basically the number that comes up. So we have negative 130. So we have a little bit more selling than we do buying. So that sometimes is helpful when you see like 1,100 or 1,200. Those are the types of items that, really make you want to jump into the market and maybe go short if it's negative, right? And positive if it's a positive indicator. So right now we have on a 5-minute, we've really just been kind of basing, and this typically happens when we have a big gap. We could probably see that at least a partial gap fill. Typically speaking, you don't have to get a gap fill the same time period, but oftentimes you'll get about a 50%, and then you can see it reverse back to its original position. We'll have to see what ends up happening today. No guarantees, right? So let's take a look at some tickers. And if you have some tickers, guys, let me know and I'll take a look at it. Tell you what I see. Let's take a look at Amazon. Amazon kind of recovering. We're still, you can see the consolidation at around 201.51. A break above there, you could possibly see a gap fill, right? A gap fill and then a turnaround. Whenever you have a gap, you always have to be conscious of that. A lot of people, when we have a gap down, they want to go head on short. Actually better to wait that entire day, especially if there's not a lot of activity going on and prices just going sideways. A lot better just to wait until the end of the day to re-short. And the reason is this gap fill. Why get into a position you already have a big gap? Why have to ride 30, 40% in the negative only for it to go back down, make that U-turn. So I always say kind of just wait and see what happens when you have a huge gap like this. The other thing I wanted to take a look at, if we take a look at a day chart on Amazon, let's take a look at that. You could see the market makers looking for a low next week of 195 and a high of 207. We'll see where it breaks today. Right now, it looks like it crested yesterday and is heading down. But what do we have as major support here? That 20 EMA I always like to use. I do have some buying in here. You could see that the VIX was at 22. It's kind of lessening. As the VIX starts to drop down, you can see SPY. People are buying into SPY, right? Closing out those puts. So Amazon right here, it could go both ways, to be quite honest with you. It could bounce here at the 20, depending on what happens this weekend and what kind of news events. Right now, it's just like day to day with these news events. Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla. Looks like I've been looking at Tesla. Let's try to get some of these out of here. All right. So Tesla's low, you could see that we're kind of far away from that 20. We could come down and retest, right? Got to a high, based out, heading lower. Definitely if we break this week's low, the higher probability trade is that when we break this week's low, that we're going lower next week, right? This is all a probabilities game here. So if we just take a very simple view like that, we're really looking for Tesla to break 328. If Tesla breaks 328, we're going lower for next week. Now, could you automate a trade in here? Yeah, let me show you how to do that, by the way, while we're here. If you wanted to take a Tesla, let's say a Tesla put, you could go over here to the trade tab, and let's say we take a week out and we go, okay, I want to take a Tesla put, kind of expensive. What else could we do? We could take a vertical, right? Take a vertical 130 as an example. That's a lot cheaper than $935. So, and you could still take part in this trade. Now, if you wanted to automate this, all you'd have to do is get that debit spread out. This is a put debit spread that if it breaks that certain level, we're going lower for the next week. And what we're going to do is go over here to the gear tab. Let me get out of this right here. You're going to go over to the gear tab and click on it. Now, when you click on it, this window comes up. And basically, if you didn't hover over this little area right here, you would never even see it, right? So as you hover over this area, you're just going to click on it and say, it fills it in for you, which is really nice. What's method? We're going to default on mark. It defaults on mark, and we're going to leave it at mark, okay? Now, this trigger, the first one is less than or equal to. The other one is greater than or equal to. Don't worry if you don't get those things right. All you got to do is look right down here, and it will tell you. So it's kind of like your backup. You could see that we got it right. Mark price of the security is less than or equal to. And what was the number that we said? Uh-oh, let me just save this really quick. Go back to the chart. I should have wrote it down. And we're looking at around 328. Let's make it 328. Let me just make sure. And because these are zones, I often will pad this. So I like it right here, right on the bottom of it, which is 327. I'm going to say 327.50. Okay, guys. So as I come over here, and I come back to the order form, I'm going to go right back into the advanced order. And here we have less than or equal to, and we're going to put in 327.50. All right. Now we tab out of here. And then now we've gotten the programming for our trigger in. So now what we need to do is go, okay, we're not dealing with an option contract, right? So because we're not dealing with an option contract, we're wanting the computer basically to be programmed that when we hit that stock price, that's when it's going to trigger me into this debit spread. Now, I don't know what the price of the option for this debit spread is going to be. So because of that, I'm going to go over here to buy the ask. I'm going to be an aggressive buyer at the time. Oh, it's not working right here, probably because I have a lot of windows open. Let's try it again. If it doesn't, it's okay. This can all be done on the front of Thinkorswim. This has to be done here in the conditions form. So if I save this as an example, I could go right over here and say, link this to ask, make sure this is 00. I'm not giving any more when I'm purchasing this. I'm just going to buy the ask. And then this is going to be a good till cancel. And so now I have a put debit spread in for Tesla for next week if it breaks that level, and then I don't have to watch it. And then I know all of you guys, I used to love alerts. You put so many alerts down on your Thinkorswim platform that as they're all triggering and you're getting all these texts, you actually don't do anything about it. So the nice thing is once you do your analysis and you feel confident with your decision, you can program the trade in and let it go. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And you can see where the dialog box says, it says buy this one vertical put debit spread when we get below 327.50, which is the stock price. And we're going to just do it like that and send it in. So now I have that waiting in the wings. It's going to be working 24/7. And so now, depending on what ends up happening next week, we could possibly be in that trade. If it gaps down, it won't trigger the trade, just letting you know. If we get another gap over the weekend, it won't trigger. Price actually has to travel through your trigger in order for the programming to work. Something to take in consideration. And believe it or not, on the opposite side of an order form, let me show you this as well. So if we were going to go back over here, I just wanted to show you this. This is great. You could also say to yourself, we've done this in our community quite a bit because we've had all these big gaps, right? And, you know, when you hit a big gap like we did this morning, what ends up happening? Well, you either go sideways and then you start to inch up, right? So when we have these big gap downs, do we really want to still be in that trade? And the answer is no. So we want to reevaluate the trade or wait until the end of the day to reevaluate it and then see, okay, are we going to reshort this as an example for Tesla? So what you can do is on this side of the order form, you can actually program, hey, look, if Tesla goes below, and then you can use a dollar amount. So we use 327.50 to get into this trade. So if I said, well, if Tesla goes below 326.50 or 326, you know, depending on the stock and what the average true range for it is, I could say 326 as an example. If it opens up on Monday as an example at 326 or gaps, then don't cancel this order out. So there's actually a lot of tools that you could utilize in Thinkorswim already. It's one of the reasons why I love the platform. And that's, by the way, that's exactly what we do over at tradingmadesimple.org is we actually teach you how to utilize and program your trades in so you don't have to manually do it. And I even, suggest automating your day trades as well, putting in a trail stop or a stop of some sort so you could walk away from the screen, carry out your business or go enjoy your life without having to stress that you got a trade on. And the nice thing is too is, sure, we, are talking about some simple option contracts like straight calls and straight puts, debit spreads, but you could do this if you're a premium seller as well, right? Utilizing that trigger for a close. Yeah, so just something to take in consideration. And then let's take a look at shop. This was another one I wanted to take a look at, was on our list. If I can type that in, there we go. All right, so shop now on a daily. Ooh, just breaking. So this is one of my deals is like when price is at a specific trigger level. For me, the 20 EMA is strong support. And look at how the confluence with the CCI is momentum is breaking below that zero line on a day chart. When I see that, I recognize that this is a fake out zone. And if you want to eliminate, if you know exactly what I'm talking about when I say fake out zones, because you've been there, done that before, all you got to do is wait for a confirming candle to get away from your support zone. So if I'm working a day chart as an example, then I'm going to want a confirming candle to be either above or below that 20. I don't want it to lay on it, right? I don't want it to just hover over that, because that's where all the fake out zones are. And you can see how on momentum, how it's like, it's not a deep dive. It's more like a, kind of cresting on that zero line. I want confirmation that this is going to break. So I may wait for next week. Could you pad an automation as an example? If you said, well, my 20 is at 101.51 and price is at 102, and the candle's been there today, but I really want something confirming that. Absolutely. You could take as an example today's high and low, and you can use that since both of those levels are away from the 20. But I would even pad it some more. So I would maybe take like this high of a candle and say, okay, if we broke this candle's high, which is 104.76, then I'm away from that zone and I can go for a swing trade. Swing trades really offer you a lot better, reward, right, for the amount of risk that you're taking. You can get a lot more money, make more consistent income, I believe, on a swing trade. However, when the volatility is over 20, day trades seem to be really working well. And the reason is because from day to day, right, you could have a switch. You could be in a put trade, be making money, and then all of a sudden the next day it gaps up and boom, you lost all your profit. So because of those reasons, you really want to take your profit as quickly as possible while you're in profit, only because we have these catalyst news events. People, when they're fearful, they react very quickly and overreact. It's an overreaction to the fear. And so with that, if you think about the psychology of that, that may help you into the future. So shop, not really liking it. It's right on the crest there. Needs to make a decision. Now, on an hourly, I have to say, it is recovering a little. We could see it do a gap fill, come right back up to the 20 at 103.97. Let's make it 104.40. Look at where this week's low was. If we break above this week's low, could we come back up to point of control of this level? Absolutely. Let's take a look and see what we got for next week's. So next week's low is 97. And next week's high, the market makers are suggesting that next week's high is 107. So, that's a pretty decent move if you kind of take a strategy of that approach. If shop can get above that 140, 104, we could just make it 105. We can make it 104.50. Let me just write that down and see what I want to do here. So if we get above this area, what does that tell me? Well, it tells me that price is above 20. To me, if price gets above that 20 EMA, it's an easy, we're bullish. If it can, break above it, not hover over it and stay sideways, just break above it, get a confirmation candle above the 20, that would lead me to believe that we could get a trend change on shop. Shop's been going down for about 4 or 5 days here. Yeah, I could see if we, I would actually change that to about 105. And the reason is because I would want that break to be clearly above the 20, right? So about 105 would give me some confidence. But you can see this may not even happen just because we're kind of in a chop zone on momentum. This could go sideways for a little bit and break down again, right? So there's no like guarantees, but you can put in a game plan before the fact. So you know what? Let's just do that on shop really quick while we got a couple minutes. We can practice another automation. Let's take a look at the singles and see what they're going for. So if we take a 105 call, this would be for a contrarian bounce, right? Market's going down. But if something were to happen and we get some news and it goes opposite, we could get this. So on something like this, you could easily, you could just, instead of going through an OCO, I'll just take a single. You could take a single call as an example. Come right over here to the gear icon. You're going to come right down below, just like we did below. You're just going to click, click, click. Now here, we're looking for the opposite. So we're looking for shop to get above, right? Above. And that's, we said 105. All right. So now we already know that my system's a little slow, but I'll try it again. You're going to put this to ask. It's not doing it. I understand. I'm going to save this because I want this programming, right? And by the way, how would you program this on a gap on Monday? You would do this. You would say shop, and then this is going to be at or above. And let's put in a dollar amount. If this all of a sudden we gap up to 106 as an example, I'll put in $1, then I want to cancel this order, right? That's what that's saying. So if we get to 105 during the trading day, I want to go into a long call. If we gap over the weekend, we open up over 106, I'm out of the trade because I saw that next week's high is 107, right, guys? You know, I can see my margin of a reward there. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make sure that I have greater two. And if this security is greater two, great. So now I'm in this. Now I haven't programmed my stop and I have not programmed my take profit, but I'm just showing you how you could set up a trade and be able to do that based on your analysis without sticking in 500 different alerts. And then of course you being desensitized from those alerts, right? So this, as you can see, as I read this, hey, buy shop at or above 105, we're going to cancel. You see where that says cancel the conditions at or above 106. So now we protected ourselves from a gap. And now we have that to look forward to. Well, guys, right at the end of the day, we didn't get to UNH. We got a couple seconds here. Let's see. UNH. What does UNH look like? Oh, let's see. Kind of hovering. Momentum still bearish. You could, ooh, real tight for next week. Real tight for the next week's weekly expected move. And looking sideways, right? That's what the market makers are suggesting. And remember, the market makers are using very sophisticated equipment to identify what the weekly expected moves is. And so I'm Sandra with tradingmadesimple.org and glad to see you today. Hope you have a great weekend. And we'll see you next Friday, maybe with Coach Paulo.